Hello, hello. We're here. This is awful. I need to fix this big time. I'm so sorry. Hello. We're back. We are back and better than ever. Hey, Ray. Hey, Vicky. What's going on? Yay. Raylene, what is happening? How are you? Um, just watched a guy getting chased by cops on foot. Oh my God. Love that. That's like the vibe of the day. I want to my hands aren't working. Okay, one. Oh, got it. Okay. Whew. Hold on. Hold on. I think. Oh, no, that's like exactly what it was. Okay. Hi, I think this is better. Um, sorry. That's probably the worst noise that you guys are probably hearing. How's that? Okay, hey, happy Monday. Just watched a guy getting chased by cops on foot. How that's so Broome County coded. What's up? What's going on? What are we doing? What's happening? It is Monday. It is Monday, and I am Lily, and I am the chatty juror, and I was going to be on time, but Twitch was not happy, so I co-stream, dual stream, whatever it's called. I stream on both platforms just because, putting myself out there. Hello. Putting myself out there. And the title on YouTube was not allowed to be the title on Twitch. I was not allowed to say Wild Karens, Dumb Drunks, and Idiot Killers all on Bodycam. I was not allowed to say that on Twitch. And a woman was run over by, oh my God, a woman was run over by an Amazon truck? What the hell is going on out there, folks? A woman who was run over by an Amazon delivery truck has been identified, and her lawyer says they're investigating whether to sue. What? Oh my God. Okay. Well, anywho, Twitch and so I needed to try multiple things, and Twitch finally um let me use a title that says this is the title on Twitch. Super catchy, which is really good. I'm so happy about it. A day full of commentary. That's the best I could come up with on a short notice. Update, he's cuffed and stuffed. Damn. Happy Monday. So hi, my name's Lily, and we're the chatty jury, and I am one of those jurors. We talk about all things, everything, body cams, trials, lawyers, defendants, people who are guilty and or not guilty. So welcome. If you don't know me, my name is Lily, and now you know me. Let's run the intro, and then we shall get into some more body cams. We're just gonna jump right into it, I think. We're just gonna jump. We're back. I forget that it ends and then it just jumps back to me. Hi, let's get into some body cams. So this first one that we are watching is called Woman's Attitude Leads to Felony Charges. This one's kind of short, 16 minutes. And it looks like DUI potentially. This is I have such a and immediately the internet starts bugging. I'm gonna scream. It was doing so good. It didn't have any issues. Okay. Woman's attitude leads to felony charges. Earbud headphone wearer warning. Sometimes the cops make beepy noises. So prep.
Good evening. Good evening. Are you having some trouble with your lights?
Well, I was trying to figure out how to turn them on. Actually,
You're drunk. You're so drunk. Look at her. Look at her in the side view here. You're drunk. You are drunk. You're drunk. Immediately you're drunk. What are we doing here? Female cop. Female cop. If you were to get pulled over, a lot of people watching are women. If you were to get pulled over, would you prefer to have a male cop or a female cop pull you over? Which one would you prefer?
I guess.
Yes. Okay, because I noticed they were going off and on, off and on. Do you have your license, registration, insurance?
Here's my license.
They were going off and on, and you were turning that you were flicking your lights on and off. That's a good way to signal cops that you're drunk. Why would you be flashing your lights?
Do you need my insurance?
Yes, ma'am, and your registration. Where are you guys heading?
Home.
Home? Where you come from?
The bar.
Registration, insurance. I'm pretty sure you can look up.
Okay.
Okay,
Where you guys come from?
we're local. We're going home.
Yeah, but from where?
What do you mean? What is that?
How does the male look? Normal? Normal? So you'd rather have a hot cop pull you over if you are like in the moments of potentially like ruining the next 15 years of your life with a DUI. That it would be it would make a difference if it was a hot cop. That's so funny. Yeah.
That information. You have my license and registration.
There's no reason
What
to
else
get
do you
mad at
need?
me. I'm just asking.
Okay, we'll go search that.
Hey, stop.
License and registration.
Stop
is
right
what you
now.
need.
Okay?
Okay. To be fair, it I also would get really annoyed if she kept asking, if the cop kept asking me, where are you coming from? Because like it doesn't, like if I wasn't drunk, right, knowingly, if I'm not drunk, like it doesn't matter where I'm coming from, it doesn't matter where I'm going. Here's the things that you asked for. Like you don't need to know details about my personal life. Here's my license, registration, and insurance, but also you're drunk and she wants to know what bar you came from. You're
Okay,
drunk.
I'm asking because I smell something sweet coming from your breath. Okay, you're turning off and on your lights. You made a dramatic stop. Okay, you're showing signs of impairment.
I
If you
was
want to continue
literally.
down this, I'm trying to just rule that out the quickest way and ask you
Hey,
where you're
Sarah,
coming from.
how
And
are
you want to
ya?
get an attitude.
Welcome.
I'm
Okay.
not
Body cam
trying
day.
attitude.
And
Thank you.
when I'm standing here and I'm trying to talk to you,
So
don't roll
thank
up your
you,
window.
officer. I'm not trying an attitude.
Okay.
I am not getting aggressive with you.
Then I will
and
be
if
right
I
back.
need
Thank you,
to
Asifer.
video
I am not have attitude. Thank you.
this,
Go ahead. It's
I
on
will.
video. It's on video.
I am not
Right
getting
here.
aggressive with you.
Okay.
I gave
I'll
you
be
my
right back with ya.
registration and license.
I'll be right back with you. Oh, she's spicy.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Sweet.
All right, Megan.
Just a
Can
Monday.
we try this again?
It's warmer today,
With
though.
what?
A little bit more polite on both ends, okay?
On both ends.
On both ends. I'm saying
Okay.
on both ends.
Thank you.
You don't have to be polite to anybody. Like it's not like, oh, you're going to jail. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. You're like you can't be arrested for like being rude. 911, she was rude to me. Prison, immediately prison. So that's quite you're allowed to be rude. Is it in your favor? Is it in your favor to be rude to a police officer while you are actively driving a vehicle under the influence of drugs and or alcohol? No, it's not. But you are also under the influence of drugs and or alcohol. But she did get rude really fast.
Thank you, officer.
You're welcome. So where are you coming from?
Did she
We are
say
coming from
awesome?
Both ends. A little bit more polite on both ends, okay?
On both ends.
On both ends. I'm saying on both ends.
Thank you, officer.
You're welcome. So where are you?
Did we get an ossifer? Or was that officer? One more time.
Both ends.
On both ends. I'm saying on both ends.
Thank you, officer.
You're welcome. So where?
That was really close to ossifer. That was a really close. Yeah, office, sir. That was a really close answer. Yeah, there was the slur.
We are coming
slurred.
from hanging out for the evening.
Okay. So I've already explained to you. You're
Do you need
showing
me to
signs.
step out of the car?
I'm going to ask you a question here.
Girl,
You're showing
chill.
signs of impairment. Would you be willing to do voluntary roadsides for me?
I honestly am just trying to go home.
Right, but
I
you
get
can't
that.
do
I
that
get
Yeah,
drunk.
okay, whatever you need.
Okay, go ahead and step out then. We're going to step over here. I'm going to close your door because I don't want it to get sideswiped and damaged, okay?
Sideswiped and damaged.
Well,
From what?
there's a traffic.
Sideswiped and damaged from what? A car. A car. Oh, how drunk do we think she is? How drunk do we think she is? I think she is at. I don't think she's. I don't think she's too drunk. I think she's drunk enough to have some slurred speech. I think she is drunk enough to do stupid things like flash her lights, but I don't think she's that. I'm gonna say, I mean, 0.08 is like the baseline for DUI. Like 0.08, you get slammed in the face with the law. I'm gonna say she's at a 0.12. I think she's at a 0.12. I think because for her, she's petite. That but I feel like she might be someone who could like get up to like a 0.2 and still be like, I'm so good to drive. I think she's at like a
Okay.
0.12,
Okay, so I'm going to have you step.
which is still very high, but probably not a crazy time. I mean, like I've seen like 0.24, 0.26.
Over here
Like
out of the
you should be
roadway
dead
so that
levels of
you're safe as well, okay?
alcoholically drunk.
So if you would just go ahead and step over here for me.
What do you need?
I'm gonna have you step over here so we're out of the roadway because I
was just in the roadway and I stepped out of it.
out of the roadway.
Okay.
Over here, where my
What do you
light
need?
is.
Oh, whoa, woohoo. Do you need me to step on the...
Okay, all right, Megan.
Come on.
You got anything?
You guys crazy.
Hi.
You're literally assaulting a fucking local individual when
What?
I'm just trying to go home. And you want...
A local individual? Ma'am, that's called the community. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Stop it. Stop it right now. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that to I'm gonna say that to my manager. Excuse me, you are currently assaulting a local individual here, like sorry.
You all are
No.
horrible Mountain Home police officers.
I asked you if you
What's
could
your
wait.
name? Let me see your ID. I want your card right now.
I'm Corporal Steele.
You
I'm obsessed with the multiple angles. Like someone went through and edited all this together. Like a freaking movie. That's adorable.
What are you?
I'm Corporal Steele,
And what's your badge number?
1761.
1761. What's yours?
Officer
What's
Wright,
yours?
1764.
17. I need to write this down.
Okay, are you gonna do these roadsides or not for me?
You know what? What do you need? I'm in heels.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll take that into consideration.
Great.
Okay, what I need from you right now is to go ahead and stand heel to heel,
Okay.
toe to toe with your hands by your side. Okay?
Okay, so heel to heel in my heels.
Or
Girl.
is that your
Toe
side?
to toe.
Okay, I want you to remain that.
Imagine like a year after this happened. What January, February, March, April, May 25th, 2023. May 25th, 2023. You are pulled over. You are DUI. You are drunk. You are just totally belligerent. And all of a sudden, 2, 3, 4 weeks later, you're on YouTube and this video pops up in your recommended feed and it's you. And you are seeing yourself being absolutely just belligerent, just totally out of your mind, drunk, pissed off, annoyed, fearless, essentially. You have no fear. You have no fear because you're so drunk you forgot that's what you should be feeling. And this is you. Girl, is that a wake-up call Or are you like, oh, slay, she was right the whole time. Like, we did need their names. Oh no. And who was the man in the passenger seat? Where is he at? He's just sitting there, just chilling, watching all of this go down, just shaking his head like, oh no. Oh no, not again, not again, not again. Deborah, not
In
again.
that position until I instruct you to do otherwise. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Am I instructed to do anything different?
Stay there until I
Oh
tell you.
God.
Do you understand?
Am I already doing that?
I'm asking you if you
Oh,
understand.
wait, hold on, officer.
I'm asking if you understand.
Hey, guess what? I don't like
Officer.
cops.
That's okay.
So you know what?
Period.
I'm going to sit here and honestly stand here.
You're under arrest for suspicion of driving while I'm talking.
I am absolutely fine.
No,
Stop.
no.
Please do not. What are you doing? I'm local.
Stop resisting.
Hold
I'm
on.
local. She
I
does
said
This is
nothing.
not okay. No, I'm
I
not intoxicated.
Get
You
on the
are
ground.
insane.
I'll just tase her.
no, don't just tase her. Oh no. You're gonna get tased.
Hold on. I'm standing here.
No, you're about to get tased if you don't stop. You're about to get tased if you don't
No.
stop.
No.
Put your hands back.
No. Okay. uh, uh, I'm screaming. This is so frustrating to watch from the outside. It's so frustrating to watch from the outside. She just kept getting heated and heated and heated and heated. Heated and heated. Okay. Before we continue on, can we talk about, do we think the cops did a good job of trying to de-escalate? Was there even a chance in hell that de-escalation would happen with this person who is so drunk and so fearless? She's so out of her mind right now. Was de-escalation even, like, was there even a chance that de-escalation could happen? Do we think it moved a little fast? What are we feeling? What are we feeling right? I am not, I mean, I don't like this. This is not, I don't like this. I don't like multiple people holding down someone with a taser in the back of her neck. I don't like that. I don't find joy in that at all. I think that was, I don't know. Is this like overreaching for the police? Should they have tried? Oh, I don't know. Because I could never be a police officer. I could never even attempt to like put myself in this position. No, I don't know. But she probably felt like a caged animal in that very moment. She's surrounded by officers. She doesn't like cops. She's a local. And she kept like, everyone kept saying things to her, and lights are shining in your face, and you're drunk, and like, do you not know where you are?
Hands back
You
your
don't
back.
know
You're
where
getting
you
tased.
are.
Do you understand?
No.
Oh, I am doing exactly.
No.
Are you serious right now?
No.
Why are you tasing me? You crazy fuck. Why are you tasing me?
You're resisting.
I am not.
Fifth officer, right?
I am
Is
not.
it really? Do we really need that many people? It's a woman. Who's in the passenger seat? Who's in the passenger seat? Who's in the passenger seat?
Good.
Oh, not a
You
man.
guys
My
are
bad.
aggressive.
Resisting.
Oh, guess what? I'm not resisting. I'm not even resisting.
Okay, but to be fair, just because you're saying you're not resisting doesn't mean you're actually not resisting. I don't really like how all of that went down. Don't like that. I don't like that. I didn't like that at all. I feel like it could have been handled differently. I feel like there could have been, but oh no. Why would she do this? Like, you're making it so much worse. Like, you could have just simply had a DUI, but now you have all these extra charges.
Why's your friend so fired up? What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't see her? You didn't see her fighting with 4 officers? No. You didn't notice that? Yeah, she just got tased and tackled in the parking lot. You missed all that. Are you all headed home or?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on?
I just told you you're under
Girl, that is such a good question. What is going on? What is going on? For her friend, stop. Look at this. Look at her watch her friend get walked past the car in handcuffs.
Yeah, she just got tased and tackled.
She was sleeping. She took a quick snooze. She has this girl, my girl. How drunk are you? You didn't just see her fighting with 6 cops, get thrown on the ground and tased and handcuffed, and now she's walking. You didn't just see that in the headlights, in directly in front of the car that you're sitting in? No, that's crazy. What a night. I wonder what they were doing. I hope they had a good time.
Tackled in the parking lot. You missed all that. Are you all headed home or?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
What is going on?
I just told you you're under
I'm
arrest.
calling Uber,
You
girl.
guys are
Not you.
absolutely
You're
insane.
jacked up.
You had 12
All
cops.
right, Megan. You got anything
Nope,
on you?
5.
Some poke stick or stab me. Okay.
You guys are insane.
All right.
Mountain Home, huh? Mountain Home. You guys, I'm a fucking awesome.
Well,
Do you have somebody that is able to come
No,
pick
you're
you
not.
up?
Yes.
Okay. How far is home?
sucks. This all sucks.
I'm sorry.
Road.
You're at 62 in Commerce Drive, so by Pizza Hut. You have your ID?
You need my consent?
No. Just need that. You don't have a firearm on you at this time?
Yes.
Is it in your purse?
Yes.
Okay, just leave it in your purse. All right. Just leave it in the purse, and I'm happy.
Okay.
If you got somebody that
The girl in the passenger seat has a gun in her purse. Where are we? I don't even know where this is happening. I don't know where this is happening. I have no idea. Wow, she has a gun, but she said, "Do you need my conceal?" No, I don't need it. You don't have a gun on you, right? Yes, I do. It's in my purse because I have a license to conceal carry. Do you want my conceal carry license? She's so chill. She's so chill. Even if I was blackout drunk, I would not be. Is this Binghamton? I would not be this chill. I would not be this chill. There's no way.
somebody that can pick you up if you want to call
I
them
sure
and get
can.
them headed. She has. I was like, you see what's? She had no clue.
No, she was passed out
Yeah,
the whole time.
no clue.
That's why.
Did she just?
She was passed out the whole time. She just had a really good nap. She just got woken up from a nap. She was snoozing. She has no idea where she is. And now she has to call somebody to come take her home, even because her ride just got arrested. Like straight up manhandled and arrested.
Just kind of snap when she started doing field sobriety.
She snapped me the second I went up the window, tried to go out the window. I said, I'll be right back. I was waiting for Wright. Wright got here. I went back up. I gave her. I said, okay, so let's restart, both of us. I said, you got snippy, I got snippy. I said, so let's restart this. I said, so would you do roadside? She says, yes. She comes back here. I said, I would like you to come to this parking lot over here so we're out of the roadway. She started yelling, blah, blah, blah. I started it. I said, Haley Hill told us arms at your side. I said, don't move until I instruct you to do so. Do you understand? And she just went off, and I was like, we're done. Yeah. And then she started fighting us.
Where's your gun at in the purse?
It's in my purse.
All right, so we're gonna stop. I don't want you to keep reaching the purse when there's a gun in there.
Yeah, it's fine.
So you need to call somebody to come get you.
Do you have a phone?
I'm not gonna get
It is not in here. In my purse.
Your phone is not in your purse.
So I thought she grabbed it. It is not.
You can't find her phone.
She just had it in her hand.
That wasn't hers.
Oh, it wasn't hers.
I told her to she kept reaching her purse. Told her to quit reaching
So
for
somebody's
her.
called your one.
Right there. Right there. Right
Oh, God. Here it is.
You want to take her to the county and do it?
Yeah.
You don't.
I drive Thunder twice, and she didn't. I didn't really face her.
Has she been able to get a hold of anybody?
She says that she got a hold of somebody. It should be 15 minutes for them to get here.
Okay. All right, so she's able to get a hold of somebody. So why don't you two go to the jail and try to do that? We'll stand by for the wrecker and her ride, which is about 10 to 15 minutes out. I'm sure she.
Can I call my husband?
At the jail.
No, we all know how that goes. Please, ma'am.
How does that
grab
go?
myself-
So the passenger has to call someone to come get picked up. The car's got to get towed, so they need to wait for. I love when they call a tow truck a wrecker because it like shows up at wrecks. A wrecker, code language for tow trucks. It's just a tow truck because the car has to get towed. And because the girl in the passenger seat is so drunk, she passed out while her friend was getting completely just messed up, just wrecked in the parking lot directly in front of the car. She was snoozing. And she has a gun. And they're like, could you please stop reaching in your purse? And she's like, well, I'd love to find my phone. It was just under her leg. I wonder what they were doing. What were they up to? Where are they where now I want to know where they're coming from. The question pissed her off so much. Now I need to know. That's all I need to know is what were y'all doing before you decided to go home right now in this very moment? What were y'all doing?
Cell phone and let my husband know that my 3-year-old is in his hands right now.
You have a child.
Do I pay my taxes?
Exactly this. You pay your taxes for exactly this.
Okay, Cody. Hey, give him the warning. She's still pretty hyped up.
You all right? You need to document. Oh my gosh, you need to document that. That's battery. What she kick you?
Yeah, when I went down.
She kept kicking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did battery second on the police. Yeah, we'll take pictures of that. That's battery second. She kicked.
Just adding charges, resisting arrest. So she started with a DUI. Resisting arrest, second-degree battery on an officer. Damn. That's not. It's one thing to fight a DUI. You were cooperative, you got out of the car, you pulled over, there was no accidents, you made some dumb decisions, you go take some classes, you don't ever do it again. Don't know why you did it in the first place because that's the dumbest thing. There's no excuse anymore. There's never been an excuse, but there's no excuse. But then to fight resisting arrest, second-degree battery against a police officer, no judge is going to be like, oh, dismissed. Oh, you just started wailing and kicking and injured a police officer. Oh, dismissed. You're a local.
He kicked her, so she's pretty hyped up. Ready?
Hey, Miss Megan. Can I get out?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How should I step out so I don't offend y'all?
Hey, you're good. I like your outfit, by the way. You can put your legs out. Come on.
All right. We're going to go slow. I don't want to offend y'all.
But you're
A
good.
little
Come
too
on.
late.
Just tell me where to go.
Just follow
Don't
this way.
abuse me.
Hey.
ma'am.
Hello, let's go. Here we go.
Miss Abuser.
Hey, you're with us now, baby. Are you going to take care of me? Yes, ma'am. So what I'm going to do is
Oh,
I'm going to take
Miss
you in here.
Abuser.
Do you have anything on you or in you that I need to know about? Because
No.
it will go off
No.
in this machine.
I'm pretty much totally naked.
No
hair. Respect.
It's a great dress. She looks fantastic. Like, to be fair, it's a great dress. I'm pretty much totally naked. So
Hey, hold on to the bars. Be very still. You're going to go that way and then come back. It's going to take 7 seconds. Just don't move.
Wait, I go that way.
You'll go that way and then you'll move back this way.
I
Don't
don't know
move.
what that means.
Just be still.
Guys, Maria, stand still.
Look around.
Stay still.
All right, you can go this way. Listen to me, Megan. She's going to be dealing with you.
No, I won't deal with her. No, she's rude as shit. Hey, I am a local in Mountain Home. I pay my taxes and I will not deal with a rude motherfucker.
So you're going to
Period.
refuse our test?
What test?
We're
period.
going to have to do a BAC on you. Are you going to refuse it?
I ain't dealing with her. She's scary.
He'll be here the whole
Look at
time.
you. You ain't got no
Honey,
hair.
what's
Ma'am.
going on?
No.
Ma'am.
She's scary.
Ma'am, listen.
You're rude as fuck.
Megan.
I will not tolerate
Megan.
that type of treatment. I am still a human. I fucking pay my taxes.
We gotta find something else though. We gotta find something else. We gotta find a different thing. Because the I pay my taxes is so played out. It's played out, hun. It's played out. We got to find something else. We got to find something else, right? A thin blue line bumper sticker. Find something. Find something else other than I pay my taxes because
You're rude as shit.
Megan.
Rude.
You're
Megan.
being kind of rude now, Megan.
Well, what? Because I'm speaking my
Yeah.
mind.
You're young.
This woman right here, you're being kind of rude now, Megan. Obsessed. She is so calm but firm. Love.
Talk to me.
What is this, good
Love.
cop, bad cop?
Let's tone it down. She's not yelling at you. She's not yelling at you. I'm not yelling at
I
you.
will not deal with her. Put someone else in here.
What is this, good cop, bad cop? No, we're just trying to not do this anymore. No. Oh, she's funny. She's funny.
Here, what if I go in there with you? She'll have to be in there.
I want to cooperate. I will
Okay.
cooperate.
I'll go in there with you.
Cooperate.
I'll go in there too, but she has to do her test because I can't do that test, okay?
You make sure she's nice.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
She just big sistered her so hard. Do you want me to go in there with you? You make sure she's nice to me. She just got big sister. Look at her walk in there with her chin high, her chest out. She said, "You're going to be nice to me because she's going to make you be nice to me. I'm a local." I'm a local and I pay my taxes. I am a local. Oh my God, her face. I mean, it's a great dress. She looks stunning. And it sucks that this, I mean, she has her tattoos and everything. I mean, like, fantastic. Like the hair, the tattoos, the neck, like, fantastic. It sucks that this outfit is now ruined, marred by this night, by this evening. I hate when that stuff happens, like something bad happens and something that I'm wearing and like that thing is stuck to that piece of clothing. I hate that. Hopefully it doesn't happen to her because that's a great dress. She looks
Megan?
Sit down.
Megan, sit down for me.
Rude.
Megan.
You want to say please?
Sit down.
You want to say please?
No, ma'am.
Then
You
I will
wanna
not talk
say-
to her.
You want to say or songs. Oh my God, the songs is when yes. Like yes. This when a song gets ruined, oh my God. And like it's so hard to get over. It's so hard and you will always no matter what, no matter what you're doing, where you are, if you're drunk or not, like if you're high or not, whenever that song comes on, ruined. They're having a police competition. I'm trying to like not cover any faces, but they keep like changing the angles. They have edited whoever edited this fantastic because they are catching body cam from all different people and like editing it together like some fantastic beautiful movie and I am so here for it. But like
She doesn't want to talk to
So
me
you're
nicely.
refusing?
She is not going to be respectful.
She doesn't have to say please though. They're an officer.
Listen, Megan. Listen to us. She hasn't said anything to you, and you're already mouthing off to her.
Why are you guys being mean?
We're not being mean. All she
You
has to
think
do
you got
is
a power trip?
No, I'm just asking you to sit down so I can read this statement to you so you understand your rights. Then I'm going to ask you to do my test. You can either refuse or do it, all right? And then after that's done, you're going with her.
So Megan, I'm gonna be
Thank
honest.
you for talking to me.
Megan.
Okay, that's it.
That's what
Don't
she
be
was
rude.
That's what she
Okay,
was trying.
thank you for talking to me. Let's remember this person, Megan here, Miss Megan in the green dress, has a 3-year-old at home. So is she working her mommy magic right now? Is she imagining that this police officer is also her toddler? Thank you for talking to me. We don't hit in this house. We use our words.
What to do, Megan?
The
I
faster,
will sit down.
the faster we get through
But
this.
you know what? You should look at how you treat people in the
Okay,
future.
you're allowed to have your own opinion. All right, I got to read this. It's pretty long and extensive. Just bear with me, okay?
The quicker we get through this, the less time you got to deal with her.
No.
Okay.
All right.
You're advised
Okay, be
any
careful
person
out
who
there.
operates or is in actual physical
The
control of a
entitlement.
motorboat or motor vehicle in the state is deemed to have given consent to one or more chemical tests of his or her breath, saliva, or urine. An actual
So should I
physical
ask for
control
an attorney at
of
this
a
point?
motorboat. This
not-
is not admitting guilt.
It's not admitting guilt. This is just part of her test that she has to do.
Oh, what are y'all doing? I'm
Get your
scared.
driver's license.
I'm scared. I feel like I need an attorney.
Megan,
You don't need an attorney.
Slow down, Megan. But to be fair, slow down, Megan, but also to be fair, it's a terrible catch-22 with DUIs in the United States of America right now. It's a terrible catch-22. You know, if you say, no, I don't want to do the roadside. All right, well, then we'll take you down to the station where you can do a breathalyzer or a blood alcohol, draw. Stop it with that. She's smelling something real stinky. And then if you don't do that, then it's like immediate. Like it's such a catch-22. If you say no to the cops, it's immediate license revoke, right? And if you say yes to the cops and you are not drunk, it's like you have gone through all of this. Have you, like, your blood has been drawn, da 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 da. They can pretty much say whatever they want. Like if you say like, oh yes, I will do this, they can find you if you're not drunk and you do the roadside test. Even if you just have bad balance. Oh my goodness, you couldn't keep your leg up. Oh my goodness, you couldn't walk in a straight line. Okay, well, I'm really tired. Like I had a 12-hour day. Da, 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 da. And if they think you're drunk, most likely you're going to get a DUI. And then you will have to fight and fight and fight and fight and fight to prove that you are not drunk. So the best bet is just to be a good driver and like definitely not be drunk. The best way to prove that you are not drunk is with a blood draw at like the time of arrest that is a 000, not a single drop of alcohol for the last 18 weeks inside of your body at all, right? And then the judge will be like, okay, but you have no alcohol inside of your body. And then it's like, oh, what about the drugs? Did we do a full drug test? It's such a really bad catch-22. If you get pulled over suspicion for DUI, you're screwed. Basically, no matter what, you are screwed. So like, don't drink and drive. And like also stop doing it if you do it, because that's dumb and you could kill someone. And then we're going to make fun of you for drinking and driving on the internet. So like you don't only like lose your license, you don't only like lose friends and like have to pay a bunch of money and like go to classes and like go to court all the time, but like we're going to also make fun of you. So just don't do it.
Deep breath. Take a deep breath, okay? I'm going to show you this form.
Y'all are scaring me. I just you tased me, and I didn't want any of this.
Megan, I'm trying to show you what it says. If you look at this paper.
Yeah. This girl they called it dry tasing. This girl got dry tased twice in the back of the neck, meaning the taser was up against her skin and they tased her twice. And she, like a Buick, did not stop. Like she was just, it did nothing. They tased her once and she's like, what the hell was that? They tased her twice. And then 2 more cops had to come in to also help restrain her. So like this woman, she's strong. She's strong. And she is going to play every single thing that she can to get out of it. And right now she thinks that being scared and begging for an attorney and crying and, oh, sad little tiny face, I am a local. I'm so scared. Fear. I'm scared for my life. You guys are going to hurt me. I don't understand what's going on. She's going to play everything she can right now to get out of this. But guess what? You're not getting out of this.
Paper here. What does that say?
I don't know.
It says
I can't read it because you taste. I want to turn.
Now I need medical attention because you tased me. I can't see straight. I can't read it. You tased me. I can't read anything. I can't understand anything. You taste me. Is it because it's definitely not because you're drunk. Because you're drunk. Because you're very, 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 very drunk. Oh man. This girl. Do I think she's super drunk? Yes. Do I think she should lose her license? Yes. Do I think that this having to watch this in front of a live audience in front of a live audience, it would also help punish her? Yes. She needs to see herself in this moment. She doesn't need to just remember how it was because she's so drunk. She'll never remember it truthfully. She needs to see this. She needs to watch this.
Right here, I want my husband.
Are you refusing this test, Megan?
I don't know. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of all of you.
Not the office moment. Not the pure office moment. Let me just cut to this guy who's losing his absolute mind and just wants to clock out for the night. No, he can't. He can't. He's like trying not to laugh. You can see it. No.
I'm so scared of all of you.
So good.
This is a
It's so
statement
good.
of rights form. All this is me telling you what your rights are at this
Right.
point in time.
That's my rights.
So will you listen to me while I read them?
Read your red tape.
Okay.
Read your red tape. Ma'am, we just need to read this to you to tell you that if you want a lawyer, you can get one, but we need to know how drunk you are right now. Read your red tape. That is so good. That is so good. I'm a local. I pay my taxes. You're being mean to me. Read your red tape. Oh my
You
god.
little lion.
She's actively
Shoot.
looking
I
at the
didn't
wall.
do anything wrong.
Well, there was an alcohol
I didn't do
concentration.
anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong.
All we're asking is if you want to take this drug test.
Yes or no?
Can I have some water?
Not
No.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do you think she maybe has sobered up a little bit since being tased and realized that she actually is way too drunk to be driving? And no, you can't have water. No. Are you dehydrated from all of your fake crocodile tears? No, you can't have any water. We would like to not dilute the alcohol inside of your body or help your body process the alcohol any faster than it already is. We would like to know how drunk you are at this moment. Thank you.
No, you gotta take the test first.
No, you guys. Oh, you're refusing me water.
So let me
No.
explain.
Did you see it click? Did you see it click inside of her brain? We watched it work. We watched how her brain works in that very moment. She said, I want water. So you're refusing me water? It clicked. She almost found joy in it. Like, oh, I can use this. I can use this once I get a lawyer. They refused me water. Human right. They refused me a human right for water. That was incredible. That was incredible. Can we just 10 seconds?
Yes or no?
Can I have some water?
Not.
No,
I
you
can't
gotta
have
take the
you
test
gotta
first.
take the test.
No, you guys. Oh, you're refusing me water.
So let me
No.
explain.
I need.
Did you see that? That was incredible. That was incredible. That was incredible. Wow. She has nothing left to do. She can't scream, she can't cry, she can't fight. She can't pretend to not be drunk. She is what she is in this very moment, and she has gone through all of the things, right? She's tried convincing them. She's tried being a witch. She's tried being a bitch. She's tried being stronger than them. She's tried being weaker than them. She's tried being nicer than them. She's tried being meaner than them. She's tried everything that she knows how to do to win in whatever like tough situations she's used to, and she's lost it. And then she found another thing. She found another thing actively, and her brain switched and said, oh my god, you're refusing me water. I can't believe this. I'm being treated subhuman over here. This is inhumane. She has found it.
Down.
That's all this test is saying. It's up to you
She's
whether
gonna
you
give herself
want
an
the drug
aneurysm.
test.
All you guys do is fuck people.
I'm not trying to.
Damn. We just watched her go through all of the emotions of grief. We watch her go through all of the emotions of grief while being intoxicated. This is incredible. This is wild. Look at her face. She is going to make herself sick. Like she's going to make herself sick. She's going to have a heart attack, a stroke, or just straight throw up. This is
Trying to
wild.
fuck you. I'm reading you.
Yeah. Welcome to Mountain Home. I feel like I need an attorney.
Okay, so we're gonna put it as a refusal.
If you want an attorney, you don't want no test.
And what does a test do?
You've already refused, let's go.
Because you can make 17.
And then immediately when they make that decision, because to her, they made the decision that she refused the test, right? But she wanted to keep going. She wasn't done. She wanted to keep going. She wanted to keep going and keep having that fight. She wanted to keep butting heads and butting heads and butting heads because she knows in the back of her mind that she hasn't been drinking in the, let's say, the past hour, right? She hasn't had a drink. And so her body's starting to metabolize it. And so if she has the test in now versus like 20 minutes from now, it could possibly be lower than what it is. She could be a little less drunk, or quite possibly it will be higher because her body like more is like going through her body science, but she kept demanding the lawyer. I want a lawyer here. And the cop said, okay, this is going to be considered a refusal because we have tried to explain this to you. You won't listen. What don't you understand? Okay, you want a lawyer. That's a refusal. And all three police officers agreeing, the mean one, the nice one, and the guy, that's not my decision. I never made that decision. You made that decision that I'm refusing. Incredible. Incredible.
All right, tow truck's here. Need you to step out.
Alyssa?
Is she slumped
Need you to
over?
step out.
She is slumped over. Hold on, let me move myself over. She is slumped. Sleeping.
Purse and everything.
Sure can.
We'll go hang out over here and wait for your ride to get here.
Oh no. Okay. She cooperated. She got out.
What was going on? Like, I think she was surprised that I was standing there. I was like, what's wrong with you? Why is your friend so fired up? And she said, what? I don't know. I said, you don't see her fighting with 4 officers? No, I didn't see any of that.
Now, sometimes a taser has no effect. Now, I've arrested hot.
Okay.
Her lights. Police then attempt a field sobriety test, and that's when things turn all the way up. Now, officers waste no time arresting her for suspicion of DUI. Like I've seen many times, this woman resists. One officer deploys his taser. However, the taser appeared to have no effect, and she literally asks nonchalantly, "Why are you tasing me?" Now, the officers eventually get her secured and speak to her friend in the passenger seat. And amazingly, the friend appeared, by the look on her face, to not have a clue what just occurred. And it was actually a good thing that her friend in the passenger seat had no clue what was going on, because she had a firearm in her purse, which could have become a deadly situation for these officers if the woman wanted to help her friend. We have 2 women in a car with a firearm, and one of them is a possible DUI. Just a bad situation all around. Now, the suspect refused to be tested for DUI, which I've seen a lot. And she received a litany of charges, and hopefully she'll learn that just because you're a local and a taxpayer doesn't prevent you from being arrested. And lastly, something to remember: if a person regularly drinks much more than the right to get work, they need a drug that comes with getting won't soon.
Her first DWI offense, charged with second-degree.
These are her charges. Second-degree battery, injury to the police officer who had like cuts and bruises and stuff on her leg. Lights, 1 or no headlights. So the car's lights weren't on. They were flashing. They weren't like working properly when they pulled over. First DUI, resisting arrest, and refusal of BAC is a charge. She refused for her blood alcohol content to be tested.
Degree battery, no headlights on at night. Her first DWI offense, resisting arrest and refusal to give a blood alcohol concentration, totaling a bond of $5,000. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Where's your phone?
Probably in.
Wild. That's crazy. That was a hard one. She was really fighting. She was going through everything that she has ever used to win an argument, and she was going through all the options to her in the moment. And she was actively finding more and more options. She was actively finding more and more to try to use, but these cops were putting their foot down. They said, absolutely not. It's not going to work on us today, sweetie. But that dress was really cute. It was a really good dress. And that sucks. And that is what is like really gonna. It was a really cute dress. And that it is like now marred with being her DUI dress when she fought back. Let me go home. I wonder what she's up to. Because that was May of 2023. I wonder what she's up to. Hopefully no more drinking and driving. Let's see. What one should we do? So we watched The Woman's Attitude Leads to Felony Charges. I have a bunch. Here, let me. I have I'm thinking we should probably watch Killer Kentucky Mom Says She's Not Crazy and Shocking Body Cam from Law and Crime. I think that's the full body cam. And then 8 wild fast food arrests. Oh, I also want to watch this. The drunkest man in police history terrorizes entire night shift. I want to watch that one today as well. We did some wild grannies. There's so many. Man's wild crime spree ends in comical showdown with cops. We could probably fit that in a little bit too. We got a full day. I'm gonna go. We've been at it for like an hour, so I'm gonna go just take a quick little break. I'm thinking like 10 minutes tops. And then we will start with the Killer Kentucky Mom Says She's Not Crazy and Shocking Body Cam. And let's learn about this. Let's learn about what this is. Because mom, killer, shocking, not crazy. I need more information. So we'll start with that one. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back at 1:12. And let me put on break. Back at 1:12 EST, because I don't know where everyone is. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Bye.
as well as
All right, I'm back. I'm back. I had a bite of sandwich as well. Good. Needed it. Let's jump into Killer Kentucky Mom says she's not crazy in shocking body cam. This is Law and Crimes Sidebar with Jesse Weber. Let me show you there. We are doing commentary. We're not stealing content. We are pausing and talking a bunch. Please don't take it out on me. Law and Crime. We love you, Law and Crime. I love Law and Crime. I love Law and Crime. I love Court TV. Thank you for this, and we can talk about it and learn about this. I have no idea who this is. I have no idea what happens. I don't know. I have not seen this at all. So we are going in it together as a group. Let's begin. It's not a good start.
So I know I look crazy, but I'm not crazy. I love my children. I love my boys so much. I wouldn't hurt them.
newly released body cam footage obtained by Law and Crime is giving us a chilling new look at the investigation of Kentucky mom Tiffany Lucas, who was sentenced last week for killing her 2 young sons. And this footage shows the tense moments following the shooting deaths of the boys, as well as Lucas's bizarre initial statement she made to police. We are going to break it all down for you right now.
She killed her 2 kids. But she's not crazy. All right, this is going to be a tough one. She's been sentenced. I know nothing about this. We are all learning together. If you know something about this, please feel free to let me know.
Presented by Law and Crime. Jesse. Kentucky mother Tiffany Lucas was handed 2 life sentences for the absolutely brutal murders of her young sons.
Okay.
6-year-old Maurice Baker Jr. and 9-year-old Jaden Howard. And this is a case that we have talked extensively about.
Look at how adorable those babies are. I was not following this. Look at those sweet tiny babies. Oh my God.
Out here on Sidebar. In fact, ever since the story broke,
especially you as well. Yeah, this was not. I was
every
not
day you hear
following
about such a senseless, unexplainable, horrific tragedy like this. But now we are talking about it again because we have new information. I should say new material. You see, we have obtained body cam footage and a 9.
This is that same. This woman here is this woman. They look so different. Wow. Wow. Wow.
911 phone call in this case that is giving us a firsthand look at the chilling moments after Lucas fatally shot her sons inside of this home. Now, these tragic events unfolded back on November 8th, 2023,
Prison
when
glow
law
up.
enforcement responded to this call from a neighbor who found the boys dead, lying on the floor with gunshot wounds. And now you can hear this 911 phone call for yourself.
My neighbor just came.
Okay, hold. This is going to be hard. Let's get some information. Oh, I don't know if I was ready for this.
Came up to my door and just passed out, and I can't get her to wake up. She's
okay. Is she breathing?
She is.
How old is she?
I would say in her early 30s. And now she's screaming that the kids are dying. Stay here.
Do we know what happened to him?
I have no idea. We just found our neighbor, the woman, their mom, just freaking out in my yard.
Okay, and how old is he?
Oh my God, he's I don't know. He's probably 6. There's blood on the bed. There's a gun. Oh my God.
Was he shot?
I don't see a gunshot wound. There's 2 of them. They're both here. They're breathing.
Okay. There's 2 children.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is she able to tell you what's going on or what happened?
No.
The pure trauma and shock you can hear in that man's voice, who saw, got a glimpse of these kids. That is it. It very much has the same exact energy and tone as the man who called 911 when Ruby Frankie's kid showed up at his house with like duct tape on his ankles and looked basically on death's doorstep, starving. It's that same, I have no idea what's going on and I can't even explain it. I'm doing my best to stay calm, but inside everything is rattling. Your bones, your brain, your heart, your soul. It's all rattling because you didn't wake up this morning thinking that this was how your day is going to go. You didn't wake up this morning thinking you were going to see 2 kids dying, right? You didn't. This is so horrifying. You can hear, you can feel, you could almost imagine like what this person, this faceless human on the phone looks like and is doing with their body, right? Their eyes are probably darting across the room. They don't know to stand still, to walk in circles. They don't know what to do. And that same pure shock. You're in shock, you're scared, you're upset, you're begging for help, like get here fast, like this is happening. I don't have all the details. Something, it's bad. This is bad. Brings me back to Karen Reed when she found John on the lawn, her running frantically, screaming, doing CPR, running for blankets, doing CPR, screaming out for help, asking for help, get this, do that, running back and forth through the camera. It all feels so real. And that it brings me back to Karen Reed. Everything is bringing me back to Karen Reed because it's so active right now. I want to, maybe today, if we have a minute, I want to talk about the Karen Reed juror interview that Turtle Boy did. And we'll get there, but let's finish this. We just started this. But this is
No. Do you know what happened?
unimaginable.
No, she is shaking. She's on something, freaking out. I don't know. She's just laying here now on her stomach.
Hey, not to take away from this case in any way, but I do have to take a minute to thank one of our sponsors who helps make episodes like this. So Upside is Bell, the Black 15. They find Tiffany Lucas. What happens? Cashback bonus on your first purchase with our special code BF10. And what happens
Upside
when officers arrive on scene? They find Tiffany Lucas in distress, lying face down in the neighbor's driveway. And here now is that body cam footage.
Prepare yourself. So this is clearly not the first officer on the scene. Not the first officer on the scene. If we go back and see officers, a fire truck, EMTs,
She conscious. She conscious.
She's handcuffed.
Gotcha.
Ma'am, what's your name? Huh?
Tiffany.
I can't hear you.
Tiffany.
Tiffany?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Tiffany, I'm going to change these handcuffs out, okay? And then I'm going to roll you over and I'm going to sit you up, all right? I can move everything.
I don't know where to put myself where you guys can see the most.
Now I'm gonna pick your hands up so you can take these off. Do not struggle. Do you understand me?
Those handcuffs. I've never seen a more legit looking pair of handcuffs in my entire life. Those are some of the most intense handcuffs I've ever seen. I don't know why. I don't is it just because they're like black? I don't know. Those look very official. Official. Those are official.
Okay, now I want you to listen to me. I'm gonna take this arm. You're gonna roll this direction, okay? You're gonna sit up at the same time. You understand? 1, 2, 3. Take this leg, fold it in, make that foot touch your knee. Roll to the side, on the ground. Now we're gonna roll again this way, and I'm gonna assist you up on your feet, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Have you taken anything? Have you been drinking? Then why can't you stand up? You just don't feel like it, huh?
I said I don't feel right.
Don't feel right? Okay.
So why can't you stand up? If you're not drunk, you're not high, you're not on some psychosis drugs, why can't you stand up? I don't feel right. All right.
I guess we'll put her in my car, and when EMS gets done in there, they can come over and check her out.
All right. The canine's like, I got him. I found him. Bad guy's right there.
And inside the home, police discover the lifeless bodies of both Maurice and Jaden. They had both been shot in the head in a bedroom. And after police arrested Lucas, officers then went into the house to clear the area surrounding the crime scene.
Dead or not find it? Dead or did not find it? They said they haven't found it yet, but EMS moved a bunch of stuff, so we'll have to find it later. Once the detectives get done, worst comes to worst, I can bring the dog in and he can locate it.
They haven't found a gun yet. They haven't found the gun that was used. They haven't found it yet.
I think it's on the bed. So they look.
God, the amount of trauma. The amount of trauma. The amount of trauma that these officers and these EMTs experience on a daily basis probably could never amount to seeing these two children. It's probably one of the most horrifying things that they could see. Walk into a house and see two tiny little tiny babies, sweet babies just full of light, just taken, just ended. In that manner, I don't know how they could ever recover from that.
And I'm not trying to interrupt.
I got you. No, I got you. Cool. What do y'all need? You just want to get something?
I think they got everything at this point. She didn't have it with her, did she? Didn't throw it somewhere on the way out, did she?
I don't know. When I got here, she was laying face down.
What we got?
They said they cleared the house.
Yeah, she was laying on the. She was on the driveway next door. There, get a notepad, notebook, and start taking the names of everybody going in. Okay, I know things got a little bit confusing. So now watch.
Okay, so what I'm noticing right now is this doesn't seem to be very organized. It seems like there's a lot of people sort of walking around with the mental current status of I don't know. You know, I don't know what's needed. I don't know where anything is. I don't know what's going on. It does not look organized. I would have very much liked to have seen I know that I can't control this. But for the house to be cleared, there's no one else in the house. Then it should be, well, I couldn't see the gun, like the EMTs or what have you, the first officers on scene, like there's no gun out in sight. There should be like okay, let's organize the search for the weapon. It doesn't seem very organized. It doesn't seem very organized, and it looks like a little bit of a mess. And we have seen many a time that when things are not organized and things are a bit of a mess they look like a bit of a mess from the outside, that they are a bit of a mess. Legitimately. Like we have seen the whole Karen, back to Karen Reed, cases that are just not handled well. Evidence not handled well, things not being signed into evidence, chain of custody not taken care of, pieces going missing, this or that. We'll have to find it. Someone moved something, someone touched something without a glove on. This is a hectic situation. This is a unimaginable. You cannot really prepare for this phone call, but or someone needs to step up and say, everyone out of the house right now. If the kids have been taken out, we need to cordon off. We need to have a refined search for this weapon.
Yeah. So that's what confused me for just a minute. So, So if you can, have you I'm ready for all that on couch. And the scene's in there, right? Yeah, the better. I believe it's gone.
Now they're all just moving. Look, this officer whose body cam we're watching does not have gloves on. The little Pikachu stuffy. Has this whole house been photographed yet? I don't know. I just feel like there should be. I know that we want the gun right now. But everyone's just throwing stuff, just picking stuff up and throwing it. And we heard one officer say the scene's in there. Well, the whole house is the scene. The whole house, in my opinion, should be treated as the scene of the crime. The crime happened within the house. The whole house should be treated as the scene of the crime. These are like firemen. These are like EMTs, firefighters, EMS. This is not what's happening. This is interesting.
What's that? The neighbors only know 2 children. Okay. All right.
Are they making room? Okay, question. Are they making room for stretchers to come out used by EMTs?
Yeah, names. I just need names of everybody that come in here for the defense. Yeah, I know. We'll probably end up going to EMS after the fact. Yeah. Just saw it.
First one on with the neighbor. The neighbor gentleman that Christine was out with. That's the one who found him. Did he hear it? No, but he said he walked out to his truck to leave, and she was standing there and collapsed on his driveway. He thought something was wrong there.
Everybody's waiting. She said, "My window was cleared up. You bring down all your people's names." I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were on that.
Not yet.
Well, what we'll do is I'll.
If we need to, we can try it with the gun. But I want to get the detectives here first.
We'll go, we can get you all the names now, or I'll have them go straight back. Is he getting them now?
If you can, yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'll have them go back and do the report, and I'll treat you at the report.
That's 81.
Hear him out there?
Huh?
You hear him out there?
Next truck.
He ain't happy as that woman's on the other side.
Yes. Oh, you got her.
Yeah, she's in my car.
She wasn't injured. I didn't see any injuries on her.
Looks like she peed herself.
Yeah, she crossed.
Now at this
I did
point,
notice that
detectives
she
show
did,
up.
that she did pee. I didn't really need to mention it because, but when she was on the ground, when the officer walked up, there was moisture that started from underneath her body and started like moving down the driveway. She did pee herself. Does that lend to her being crazy? Did she just have to go pee and it was just like the timing of it all? She just couldn't hold it anymore? Is that what someone who is really drunk would do? I don't know.
And a responding officer relays the timeline of events.
It's this house. From my understanding, those are the neighbors. She ran to their house. When I got here, she was laying down over there, handcuffed. Hillview had already cuffed her. Both the children in there, they're loading them up. They're going to transport them. They have not found a gun. Hillview said they weren't going to search. They made sure the house was clear for EMS to go in. They went in. Hillview? No, that's us. Yeah. You got Kenny James and one of their sergeants up there cleared the house, but they said they didn't want to look for the gun until y'all done what y'all needed to do. I've got the suspect in my car. She is not being Mirandized. She's on the other side. You all right? We'll get EMS check you out, all right, before we leave here. Okay?
Emergency responders then carry out the little.
My mic was muted. She's not yelling. She's not screaming. She's not kicking. She's not throwing a fit. She's just sitting in there. Because you could hear if she was yelling, you could hear the dog barking. If she was yelling and screaming, she's just sitting there.
Little boys, Jaden and Maurice, on stretchers to take them to a local children's hospital where they were later pronounced dead.
So was she handcuffed when you got here, Bob?
Fantastic job at blurring. Thank you, Law and Crime. Thank you. Really good. Fantastic blur. There's no seeing anything. This is terrible.
Kitty's got your handcuffs. James, I traded them out in case we all got mixed up. You wouldn't take off of yours. So he's got your cuffs. I got Billy's in there getting everybody's names and numbers down for the crime scene log, so we can fill it out later. He's just etching it out real quick.
Those poor EMTs. Holy cow. Those poor EMTs. I just can't even get past. They had to see this. They had to deal with it. They had to take care of this. I hate it. I hate this.
Look, finally calm down. So what I'm guessing, she came out of the house and ran over there and told him.
She passed out. She was laying down when he came out. The ring doorbell notified somebody was outside. She came out and seen her laying there, hollered at her husband, beat him over. Asked her what was up. She said something about her two kids being inside and people up there.
More detectives arrived to assess this absolutely horrific scene. And although Lucas really hadn't said much to law enforcement up until this point, she did ask one chilling question to a responding officer.
Got a weapon? No, they have not found the weapon yet. They said they did go in and clear the house, make sure it was safe for EMS.
Why was she cuffed? Why was she taken?
Because she apparently admitted to someone that she shot her kids.
We don't know who
her
that-
dad, or was this guy here that said she did?
The sheriff is asking a fantastic question. Why was she cuffed? Because we're going into this knowing that, you know, she has been sentenced now for doing this horrific crime. At this very moment, this police officer from the body cam that we're watching, this police officer walked up and she was already handcuffed on the ground, right? And we didn't hear him. I'm not gonna say he did not, but we didn't hear him ask, why did she do it? Did she confess? What's going on? He walked up and he switched her cuffs, stood her up, and put her in the car. She very easily could have not done it. Like, there in this moment is very much, she could have went home, walked into the house, saw what is happening, had fear, ran away to her neighbors, and then the police showed up and she was handcuffed. So let's compare this to Sarah Boone. Let's compare this to Sarah Boone, right? Okay, here we go. This is great. Let's compare this. Let's take a second. Let's talk about this whole situation compared to Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, hey 911, this guy, he's not breathing, and he was in a suitcase all night. I need you guys here. Okay. Whoop, whoop, weep, whoop, wee, woo, wee, woo. We pull up. Sarah Boone, come on over here. Just stand over here. Oh, you want some water? Okay, we can get you some water. Do you need a cigarette? Okay, just take your time. It's okay. We're working on him. Okay, yeah, no, he's dead. So, have you guys been drinking? What happened last night? Well, talk to us. You're fine. Just keep standing there. Do you need anything else? Okay, just keep standing there. And then eventually, she's handcuffed, put in the car, and taken down to the station. This was immediate for this woman. Yes, very much so. Two different police departments, very different ways of handling all situations. Would I say that two children unalived in this manner would sort of heighten like threat level? Absolutely. And add a way more tension? Sure. But this, compared to Sarah Boone, this woman was immediately handcuffed, forced to stay on the ground, watched over by a police officer, stood up and put in the car. Sarah Boone was given snacks and water and was able to sit outside in the shade and was talked to by many, 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 many people before anything happened. I don't know.
She come over here, fell out in the driveway. His wife seen it, which Christina got a statement from him. She got him, and apparently she told him that she shot her kids. He went over and looked and seen them, and then came over here and called.
And this is this guy right here?
Yeah. The gentleman in the green shirt and the female in the black pants and green shirt, Christina got a statement from them. I changed out the handcuffs so we didn't have to worry about that. Got her off of her face. Her butt, got her up.
He's so proud about changing out those damn handcuffs so someone doesn't lose their handcuffs. He said it like 17 times to everyone. Oh, you switched out your handcuffs. So got your handcuffs. We didn't want to get mixed up. Oh my God.
Put her in my car, turn the AC on.
She was detained, right?
Oh yeah, she knew. The only thing she has said to me since that is, are they still alive?
Now, before she was taken into custody for questioning, emergency responders conducted a wellness check on Tiffany Lucas, who told them she hadn't been feeling well.
All right, EMS is going to check you out, all right? Take this off of you. Come on, step out for me so I can check you out. You want to sit on the bed or what? Yeah. Which way you want to head? That way?
Sit right there. Hold that head up for us.
There you go. Sit down right there. Turn your feet that way.
All right, are you hurting anywhere?
I don't care.
Where are you hurting?
I need to get her.
Yeah.
Talk to me. You can't talk to me?
All she told me was she didn't feel right. Okay. I got her up off the ground.
Tell me your name.
Right? He does not want to be on the hook for those fancy ass cuffs. It's so wild. He's real obsessed with it. He didn't even search her before she got into the car. Like, he didn't even search her unless it was cut. Didn't recognize in the moment watching it that there were any edits or anything. He just handcuffed her, stood her up, sat her up, stood her up, and then put her in the car. He didn't even search her. Like, she could still have the gun on her. Like she could still have the gun on her. He didn't search her. I mean, I'm glad she's getting attention from EMTs now, but he didn't search her. Potential danger for them. I don't know if the cop who arrested her initially searched her, but wouldn't you also search her? She was not searched. On that we saw. What we saw.
We're just here to help you. Can you tell us how you're feeling or anything like that? Are you injured? Does anything hurt?
All we were told is she made it to the neighbor's house and passed out. He come out and found her that way, and then she woke up and told him.
At all? Daniel, you got scissors. All right, I'm gonna cut your sweater off here. Make sure that you're not injured anywhere.
Again, sort of going back to the last video, when something bad happens where you need to get like emergency medical attention and you're wearing clothes that you like really, really love, say goodbye, because they're most likely going to be cut off of you if needed, right? If you have broken bones where you can't take your, you can't use your arms, take your shirt off. If you're in the ambulance, if it's dire, they need access to your body, and you will be losing the. And in college, I lost a shirt. I let someone borrow a shirt, and they got into a situation where the clothes that they were wearing needed to be taken, and I lost that shirt. And the moment I let that person borrow that shirt, I immediately was like, why are you letting someone borrow something that you care about? And then I learned my lesson the hard way. Like, I knew something bad was going to happen, and something bad did happen, and I lost that shirt. So I just have the memories of it. I don't have the shirt anymore. This woman, let me shift over so that you can see like her head. She sat down, and then this EMS asked her, are you injured at all? And her head just like flopped back onto the bed. She is not responding to anything. She's not physically responding. She's fully cooperating. I mean, she's doing exactly what police would want when they're dealing with someone, but she's not doing anything that EMS would want when they're dealing with someone who could potentially be injured or unwell. to an extreme level, because she's not responding. She's not answering them. She's not speaking. I don't know where she's looking, but
Corner to lean forward, she's handcuffed. That's what she ain't moving her hand.
Yeah. Huh? You don't call him.
Kyle? I think he went to help escort the kids. He just took off out of here.
Y'all will be able to get their information.
Yeah. We'll get her info. We'll just call over here to them.
And if you can get that to
Yeah. So you should go over here to see the little powwow by Kenny James.
Yeah.
Go over and get one of their numbers. That's one of the detectives that'll take the lead on this. They'll be able to get you everything. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you something real quick. Can you answer me? Do you have any weapons on you? No.
now he's concerned about her having weapons. He didn't search her. I know this isn't like body cam to like find things that the police did wrong on this scene, but he didn't search her. He didn't search her. There have been selfless humans. They are completely selfless. They are here to protect the health and safety of the EMS crew. They are here to make sure those who can be okay are okay, right? They are not police officers. They are not arresting anybody. They don't care. Just are you on drugs? Just tell them if you're on drugs. If you are drunk, just tell them if you are drunk. They are selfless people who have just walked into one of the most traumatizing situations that anyone could really ever be on, right? And now you're concerned that they might be in danger if she has a weapon on her, right? Because if she has something that can poke, maybe tucked in her back, there's a ways. It's happened before. That's why people get searched. That's why people get searched before they go into cars. Oh, I don't know. That makes me really upset. That makes me really upset. She's just blank. She's just a blank person. She's blanked out.
Have you done any narcotics or anything today? No alcohol, nothing like that.
Yeah. Like, oh wait, let me search her. Oh wait, let me just ask the question because he can't search her now. He can't like pat her down or look for anything. Oh, did we see that? A quick little metal detect. Quick little metal detect. I mean, here's the thing. They just had the conversations of where's the gun? We can't find the gun. And she allegedly confessed to someone, one of the neighbors. And now she's on a stretcher with EMTs who, if injured, would negative deserve. They would negative deserve that. Like, not even they don't deserve. They would. It's in the negatives, like that they would deserve to be injured by this person or whoever it is as a suspect in general. Not even specifically this person. But they can't find the gun, and you on your camera, you did not put gloves on your body and search her. You didn't and search her for a weapon or anything pointy or any pills or anything. You didn't ask any questions. Is this video supposed to make us upset? Do we need to go back and watch this? What's going on? Oh no. Oh no. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why didn't you search her? Why didn't you search her? Why didn't you? You're so concerned about the handcuffs. You didn't search her.
It's gonna feel poking the finger here.
We're doing a quick blood test. I'm not sure exactly what it is. If it's for like just blood sugar or if it's going to test anything else really quickly. Oh, yeah, while you got her pulled up, let me check her back for anything metal other than the handcuffs and the stretcher that she's on. Oh my.
Making sure everything's. This is your all. I'm gonna set it right here. Come out of.
Thought I had one. I just didn't think grab it.
Christina's done.
Okay, cool.
Billy's clear. We're gonna have to answer.
Shocking body cam is right. And now a lesson from this. If any EMS watch this video, I really hope that they then, before they deal with a potential suspect or anyone, I hope that they, before they even touch them or get close to them, they ask the police officer who put the handcuffs on them, did you search them? Have they been searched? Have they been cleared? Like, because it's very clear in this moment that it has not been drilled into this police officer or sheriff or whoever this is to search somebody before you put them in the car or before you hand them off to somebody else, especially those who are not equipped to handle someone with a gun, right? Because they are not armed. Also, EMS is not armed. They don't have the fancy belt with all the things to hurt and smack and whack and shoot and tase people with. They have bags full of medical supplies and knowledge of how to make sure if someone is actively dying, to make sure that doesn't happen and get them to the hospital where they can have all of the room in the hospital to do it as well. This is making me really upset. I just what do you mean you didn't search? What do you mean you didn't search her? What do you mean you're doing that while she's on the stretcher?
If they want to do that, then we can use that from now on. If you want. If you don't, we can just throw it in the car. I don't care. She's good?
Injuries on her or anything that we can see. Up here. All right, step off the side
All
of the
right,
stretcher
step back
here.
off. You're going to get back in my car. Right there. Scoot your butt over.
Oh, is she crying?
At the time of her arrest,
think she
Lucas
started
was
crying there.
transported to the Bullitt County Sheriff's Office for further questioning. And she first told investigators that she had shot herself in the ear, but no visible wound was ever found.
Lean back.
Oh, you're not? No. Okay.
Okay.
They must have transferred her into something else because this is not the same car that she just got in, because there's no canine wall there. Can we go back? Can we go back? Look, watch this. This canine, this piece of this is screwed in, right? Like this is on the other side of this wall. She's behind the driver's side, on the behind the passenger side. That's where the canine sits and just barks aggressively for the entire shift. And then when we go forward, so you see the white wall, she's getting out of another car.
But no visible wound was ever found.
And there is no canine wall there. So she must have been swapped out somewhere along the line.
Oh, you're not? No. Okay.
Okay. We're going in over here. Watch the rocks. You tenderfooted? Okay.
You tenderfooted? She.
Okay. Stand here with him. I'm going
It doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm going to do that myself since.
Are you tenderfooted? What was she gonna do if she said yes? Carry her in? Could you imagine? He probably would. or he'd probably take her to a different path, like walk her through a different path or something like that. Oh my God. Carry her in, probably lift her up real quick. Just carry her over the threshold.
You got a light? Will that light turn on? Okay. This is just a wand, okay? It's just to check you. You got anything on you? Nothing?
Wow, that's
just the handcuffs. Yeah. It's just picking up the handcuffs and ankle bracelet. Okay. You got a necklace on?
You got a plate in your head?
I shot myself.
Huh?
I shot myself in the head.
You what?
Shot myself in my ear.
You shot yourself in the ear? What's ear?
Listen.
I don't see anything. There's nothing there. Okay. Where you?
She just claimed that she shot herself in the head. She shot herself in the ear. And this officer was like, do I move her hair? Am I allowed to move her hair and make sure this woman isn't like just actively dealing with a gunshot wound to her head? He was so nervous. What a weird comment after all that, asking for her injuries. Honestly, this is giving maybe she is crazy. Like she so claims that she's not crazy, but like maybe she is, but also maybe she's just trying to look crazy. It's giving I hate these stupid emoji things. Very so strange. It's so strange. It's so strange. And she got into the car with the canine and she started sobbing. Like you could see her like her belly move and you could like hear her breath like right, but then she got out of another car and she doesn't really look, I mean, I can't say that she doesn't look like she hasn't been crying. I'm sure she probably has, but she's not crying now.
We're going to take her back to the interview room. I got to go in and turn it on, so we're going to wait till I get there, and that way we can review her and just keep an eye on her. Okay.
So weird. This whole process it seems really odd to me. It seems really odd to me. There were women officers on site that could have searched her, because it's now a thing, like women officers are supposed to search women because like you got the boobies and the bits and the junks and the crevasse, like you got all the things. And so like women officers should be searching women suspects and etc. And there was a really viral video of a trainee officer really aggressively outside of what he's trained to do, searching a driver that was pulled over and taken out of the car. And the lead officer on the scene immediately stepped in and was like, whoa, chill out. And the driver, you could see that she was very, very much uncomfortable and shaken. And she started to apologize, like, I'm sorry, but like she shouldn't be apologizing in any way, shape, or form. And the officer assured her, like, he's like, I'm sorry, that's not what he's supposed to do. There's certain things that you can do with the back of the hand, or call in a female officer that usually, not all the time, so it usually makes women more comfortable when being touched out in public, searched for weapons, what have you. I just feel like these men don't know what the hell to do. They're like this. I'm getting like I mean, I guess we search her. Do we look at her ears? She's making this odd claim. Do we call EMS again? Like, what do we do? This is weird. This girl's acting so weird. I don't know. I don't
You
know.
want to have EMS come over just by what she just?
Yeah.
Yep.
Over here, and then
a 910 right now. Can you start EMS over here to SOS code 1B5?
I'll tell you what. You got your camera going?
Yes, it's still going.
We'll have a seat in that chair until EMS comes to check you out. Okay?
And even when additional personnel checked on Lucas for injuries, they couldn't find the wound to her ear.
We brought her through the door, and she claims that she stated she shot herself in the ear. We checked, didn't see anything, but we're going to have EMS come check.
Shot herself in the ear. How do you do that? Why would you do that? What's going on?
Her out.
What is going on?
I'm going to go ahead and give her. I know you're going to talk to her, but I'm going to give her Miranda rights because she's made a statement about the neighborhood. I just don't want her to say her just free speech or just openly let her talk. Okay.
Which year did you supposedly do that? One again?
I did.
Right. Okay.
You know what?
Okay. All right. We'll see you in a few minutes. Then. Okay.
Also admitting that there is a gun in the home. Because where did you shoot yourself in the ear? Not in the driveway or at someone else's house. You know, there's a gun there. She has access to a gun. Do we know at this point if the gun has actively been found? I don't know. So where is the freaking gun? Yeah, exactly. Do crazy people shoot themselves or claim they shot themselves in the ear? Or do people trying to avoid responsibility for their actions claim they shot themselves in the ear?
All right. Bye.
And with what? Like, because if it was like a BB gun, maybe like a pellet could like get like lodged into the skin or something. But like a pew pew gun, like a pew pew, that's
Mm-mm. What about you said the neighborhood? Okay.
What about the neighborhood? Did I miss something?
You was showing something though? You was showing something, you said? Yeah, he did.
Huh?
He said it ain't showing nothing now.
It's not.
It was earlier. That's why
It was
you asked-
vibrating, but
That's why you asked about the earrings in.
right, but it could be
Yeah.
it could be coming up with your handcuffs.
Yeah,
She's getting feisty.
that's why it was vibrating. People aren't right.
Who ain't right?
People are not right. They're preying on children. It's just not right.
You, Miranda.
Whoa. Okay. So she must have been saying things in the car. Something about the neighborhood. She just said people ain't right. Preying on children, it's just not right. And they want to read her Miranda rights so that whatever she says after those rights have been read could be used in the court of law, right? So they want to be able to get basically after reading your Miranda rights, everything you say not it will be held against you. It's basically on record. So we're not really on record until the Miranda rights are read. Can you still gather information? Absolutely not. Absolutely. Excuse me. Not absolutely not. Absolutely. You can still gather information. But after the Miranda rights, you are officially in possession of the sheriff's, of the court of it law enforcement. So whatever you do, whatever you say, whatever you try, if you ask for a lawyer, everything stops. Like you are officially under arrest and the clock starts ticking.
No, Rick said not to.
Yeah, I called a bracelet on her ankle. The handcuffs back. But as I was coming.
Will the body cam footage be used in court? For sure. Probably this was used in court of her saying, preying on children, people ain't right, something about the neighborhood, etc. Why is the thumb going up? Why is the thumb going up? All of that stuff. But they just said, read her Miranda rights. And then they just said, no, not yet. Why not? Where's the
Coming up and
gun?
going around her, it was going off again, then she said she shot herself in the ear. Okay. If I just stayed up by her ear, I'm not seeing nothing. That's supposedly the one she
did,
said.
though. He did, didn't he? He said, "Do you got earrings in?" Didn't he?
Okay,
It's on
calm
camera.
down. It's okay.
Ooh.
That don't have nothing to do with it.
It means everything. You're up.
Ooh.
You're sick.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing anything.
Get another set of vitals, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
I also spoke with Colonel Alex Payne from the sheriff's office about this.
The same EMS crew that handled her on the scene is handling her now when she's in this facility. And I do not like how this facility looks. This is definitely not like the police department. This, I think the sign said training facility. So I don't know if that was just closer, less people, more quiet, not being used, still technically official. I don't know what's happening here. When we watch body cam footage, we usually see them go to their Sally port, go to their garage, pull out the innocent until proven guilty, the bad guy, take them in, get them photographed, fingerprinted, tell them what's going on. A lot of times they're checking their BAC. We see that process, but here we're not getting that process. We're in some strange office slash just large room, sort of like it's giving like church basement vibes. And we don't really know what's going on or where she is. Does she know where she is? I don't know. There's
About
pieces
this, and
missing.
he indicated that this idea that she maybe had tried to hurt herself didn't really hold water. Now, from there, Lucas was taken into the interrogation room.
Hi there. How are ya? Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday.
And like I said, he'll be here to talk to you in just a few minutes.
How are you?
She just sat back against it and went out for a second and collapsed over to the side for a moment.
When? Just now?
2 minutes ago.
Sorry, I didn't want to tune the microphone. I just took a bite of my sandwich. We are watching the video called Killer Kentucky Mom Says She's Not Crazy and Shocking Body Cam by Law and Crime. And so this is sort of like the events of immediately after she unalived her kids, 2 young boys, just adorable, sweet. When you see their faces, you just want to hug them and like just hold them and like go to the park, like you just want to. They were terrible story. So we are now at the point of the interrogation. So she has been arrested. She's been doing some odd, interesting things. She has been convicted of this act and sentenced to 2 life sentences for taking the lives of her 2 children. So we are watching how we got there, essentially. And her interrogation has just started. It was a very strange process. And I got a little upset about some of the way the police handled some of it. I did. Mm-hmm.
Are you okay? You feel like you're going to collapse again? Or? Okay. Are you thirsty? Let's,
Okay.
I'm just going to take her and hand over to this rail.
Okay.
That way you're that better?
You go ahead and stand up for me. Turn face up.
Is she?
Do you
Are they
need to go
taking?
on step 2?
Do I?
No.
Go ahead, you can ask me. What you got?
She claims I move. I told her I'm not a person that sits still. I move constantly.
Yeah, I've got that jittery. I always have. Of course, I'm pretty slow.
You got her.
He moves to every sound.
Just a little summary.
Do I?
Here, let me slide the chair closer.
Yeah. Go over there. There you go. How's that?
Oh, that looks uncomfortable.
Speed up a little bit.
I'm not gonna resist. Can just I'm not a mean person.
She says, I'm not going to resist. I'm not a mean person.
No, I seem ugly, but I'm not.
I think she said, I know I seem ugly, but I'm not. Interesting.
I feel like I don't manipulate the game systems and everything, then manipulate my children, manipulating my mind.
Really?
All the game systems and, just everything.
Hold on. Pause. Hold on. By the way, how's your Monday going? Pretty good. No complaints from me. Hold on, other than about police officers. Hold on. This is before she says I'm not crazy, right? This could be to someone who has an education and degree and an expertise in psychology. This might be very, very pointed, might have a definition. To me, this is giving, I'm going to try starting now. This man has been nice to me. He's come in, he's offered me water. He made the other officer take my handcuffs and move them so I can sit almost normal. He's now making me more comfortable with the handcuffs that are, attached to this wall. I'm going to start now. That's what it's telling me. That's what it's telling me. Listen to what she says. Manipulation, games. She says manipulation, system, games, and game systems. So these are like keywords in her brain. How they're all coming together, I don't know. I want more information, but this is like a moment. This is a moment.
I feel like I've been manipulated.
Feel like I've been manipulated.
The game systems and everything, then manipulate my children, manipulating my mind.
Really?
The games, systems, and everything, then manipulate my children, manipulating my mind. This makes me sad and furious at the same time. I come from a world where video games are like a big deal, right? Like video games are, I surrounded by it, right? Video games are like the point of a thing that's happening. It's business. The talking point, the article headlines, the news stories, the connecting of children to crimes has always and for a long time been, it's because of those damn games. It's because of that video game. It's because of those systems. It's because of all the crime and the fighting and the shooting and the guns and in your video games, right? It's because of all of that. I hate that with a fiery burning passion. I hate it so much because it's such an easy out. It's such an easy out for parents. It's such an easy out for the newsmakers, like it's such an easy out, in my opinion. The amount of violence that children see is a lot. Sure, yes, without a doubt. That point I can agree on. With the amount of violence that they're like actively doing, um, uh, the like while playing the video games, is that good or bad? I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. Do I think that someone playing a shooting game will eventually lead them to, would eventually lead them to then taking that into real life and potentially harming others because they did it in a video game? I think that that is a crock of garbage. I think that if a child is taking, and by like a child or anyone, just anyone, if a child or anyone is taking something that they did inside of a video game into real life, there is something already deep rooted inside of their brain, inside of their psyche, that is a little off. That is, I don't want to say broken, but is atypical, right? So it could have been anything, in my opinion. I don't think that there is any real solid pointed evidence that says because they did this in a video game, they are doing this and it's bad. A school shooting, a murder, driving really fast off of a half bridge and thinking that they can jump it. That there's a lack of education, there's a lack of intelligence there. There's a lack of the realization between video game and reality. Like there's that hazed boundary that is not because of the game, is because of how they are made. Their internal makeup, their genetics, their chemistry, their brain chemistry, their imbalance, their overbalance, their, whatever it is, there's something already broken there inside that, in my opinion, anything could have done this. So I hate that argument that video games make people violent, and so that's why I'm mad at that. But in this very moment, what she's saying makes me really sad. It makes me really sad because she does sound destroyed. She sounds like something went awful recently, and she did something awful, and she doesn't want to be held accountable for it, but she wants someone to know. She wants people to know, whoever, more people, when you're in an interrogation and you're in a room and you're handcuffed to the wall, someone else other than the person you're talking to is going to see this. And if you don't, whew, but something is broken right now in her brain. Was it broken when she did the act of unaliving her two children? I don't know. But right now, she's either playing a game, like starting to play the game of I'm crazy, you can't put me in jail because I'm crazy. Or she's just like, I don't know. I hate this. I hate this. This pisses me off. Let's see. Forgot this was starting, but I'm back. Hey, I'm back. I'm here also. I have a really cool and unique idea for you. Okay. What's the idea?
All them game systems and, just everything.
The games?
Yeah, like PlayStation.
I'm going to listen to her. I'm not going to be happy.
All the games the kids play.
Yeah.
It manipulates their mind and then they get to your mind.
Yeah.
Let me get her a bottle of water.
Let me see what I can find.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Later on, Lucas became visibly agitated.
See, as soon as you walked in. Why is it doing that?
My phone.
As soon as you walk in the door? That's weird, right?
It's weird.
It's weird. As soon as people walk, sounds, that's not right.
Let me shut this.
See?
Let me shut this.
It's not right. See?
Not for right now.
Okay.
Every time I say something, your phone's going off.
Believe me, I wish it wasn't going off. My phone's going off.
God, right.
Hmm?
God. Oh, wait.
What's your name, hon?
Tiffany.
How do you spell it?
Tiffanie.
Tiffanie. What's your last name?
Lucas.
And also, sorry. And also, if the kids were being manipulated by the PlayStation or Nintendo Switch or Xbox One, I think these children were way too young to be having PlayStations and Xboxes. And I'm not their parent. They were very young. Should they have full access and full reign of a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox and a Nintendo Switch and cell phones and iPads and tablets and what have you? Absolutely not. So let's talk about parenting here. Also, she was the worst parent because she took them away. But you're the one who did the harm. You're the one who did the bad thing to them. Are you manipulated and brainwashed by the games? Why did you do the bad thing if they were manipulated and brainwashed by the PlayStations? What make that make sense to me? Tiffany, please. We have 5 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Can we how are we going to make this make sense? I'm going to need more information on this one.
LUCAS?
You know my name.
I've got it in there, but I swear to God, it's in there, and I didn't
It
feel
was
like
written
I
on
was.
everything in the back of the police cars.
I'm telling
I've
you,
seen it.
I don't.
No,
I
I've
can go
seen
in the other
it.
room and get it.
No, in the
I'm
back
just
of the
letting
police
you
cars,
know.
there's white things with Lucas written on them. I've seen it.
Really?
Yes.
I have not seen that. I have not seen that. What's your middle name? Or do you have a middle name? What is it?
I have two.
Oh.
And Kevin.
And Catherine?
And then she tells police this bizarre story of potentially being manipulated into murdering her children before completely breaking down.
Well, I'm going to talk to you today about what happened earlier, okay? But can you tell me a little bit about yourself? I mean, where are you from, or where you grew up, or anything like that?
I know I look crazy, but I'm not.
Huh?
So I know I look crazy, but I'm not crazy.
I don't think you look crazy. I'm just trying to.
You know I look crazy, but I'm not. Says the crazy person. I'm just saying. You're not helping yourself not look crazy. And I hate that word when it pertains to like someone's mental status. I hate that. But she's using it, so we shall use it as well. You're not helping yourself not look crazy by I'm actively having a hard time with this one.
If I'm going to talk to someone, I'd rather know who they are. I can tell you a little bit about me.
I love my children.
You tell me a little bit about you. Okay.
I love my children. I love my boys so much.
I know.
I wouldn't hurt them, but I just feel like I felt back and I was letting them play the video games and I wasn't like focusing how I was supposed to, and they get that video game and the YouTube and the kids, it just messes their minds up to where people can manipulate their parents or do whatever they want. And I feel like someone put something upon my house or me or something. Like, I just don't feel right. I'm not.
Now we're getting into spells and shit. Some black magic. You got video games. You got YouTube. You got black magic. You got manipulation. What could these small children do or say to you to make you do that to them? These are your children. Hell yeah, they're going to manipulate you. That's what children do. That's what children do. They are going to test everything that they see and learn and hear. They're going to try it. And who are they going to try it on? You. Their mother. Their babies. Yes. Yes, of course they're going to try to manipulate you. They want a second dessert. They want treats. They want to play their game more. They don't want to do their homework. They don't want to clean their room. They don't want to pick up the toys. They don't want to do a chore. They don't want to do. Of course, they're babies. They shouldn't be having like chores and stuff. And then pick up your toys, whatever. But like, of course, they're going to try to manipulate you. Their kids. They're going to lie. They're going to say, "No, I didn't eat the cookie." When they ate the cookie because their face is covered in cookie. Like, yes, they're children. They're learning. They're experiencing. They're putting the things. They hear things. They try things. They talk things. They do things. They're learning. Not everything that they do is going to try to manipulate you. And you should encourage as a parent to not try to manipulate someone. And hey, talking and having conversations and telling each other the truth and your feelings is super cool and like super awesome. And like, isn't it really great that you don't have to go to bed knowing that you said a white lie or an untruth or what have you to get something from me when you could have just said that you wanted that thing and I would have let you had it? Like, what are we doing here? You're their mother. Don't let them watch YouTube. Monitor what they're playing. Monitor how much they're playing. That's your job. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Also, don't let people hex your house. Don't piss people off to where they would hex your house. I don't know. What?
Not like it's been. I don't do this. I love my kids.
How old are your boys?
Jaden's 9, Marshall's 6.
By the way, I have to be clear about something. We had known that she had
6 and
spoken
9.
with police and essentially confessed, but we never really saw this. This is the first time we're ever seeing these conversations. Now, Lucas would go on to tell police that the boys' deaths were accidental and that the gun must have discharged at some point after she had left it in the bedroom. But police dismissed their explanations. They quickly came to a very disturbing and real conclusion that the deaths of Maurice and Jaden, they were deliberate acts of violence committed by their own mother. Now, Lucas initially pleaded not guilty, but in a change of heart, she changed her plea, admitted to the murders, and she left her fate in the hands of the judge. This was an open plea. In other words, she pleads guilty to the charges, but there's no negotiated sentence with prosecutors. There's no plea deal here. In the end, the judge, the Honorable Rodney Burris, he would make the decision about what her punishment should be.
So she was going to do it. She was going to push all the way through a trial. She was going to stand on her lies. She was going to die on that hill of I didn't do it. The gun must have gone off. Lots of problems there. 1, there's a gun in your bedroom. 2, it's in a place where it could go off and potentially harm people. 3, there's a gun in your bedroom. 4, you have little kids in your damn house. There's a gun in your bedroom, unattended, in a place where it could possibly go off and harm somebody. The rage inside of my body. The rage inside of my body. And her lawyer, one of her lawyers, if she had a smart lawyer, there was no plea. Like there's no, so when he says plea deal, remember when Sarah Boone was had on the table a plea deal of 15 years? If she pled guilty, she'd get 15 years. 15 years. If she pled not guilty, you're going to trial and you could potentially end up serving your entire life in prison. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. There was no deal. The prosecution said, there's no deal. You took the life of your 2 children. You get no deal. Guilty or not guilty? What do you want? Do you want to plead not guilty? Let's go to trial. Let's see how a jury is going to like hearing the story. Guilty? Deal with the judge. There's no deal here. There's no deal. Wow.
Should be. And he certainly made quite the decision, because Tiffany Lucas was sentenced to life in prison for the murders of her own sons, Maurice Baker Jr. and Jaden Howard.
Where's
According
the father?
to Kentucky Commonwealth law, she will be eligible for parole, likely after 20 years. Now, I spoke with Bailey Taylor, the prosecuting attorney in this case. He said it is very unlikely that she will make parole. But as it currently stands, that is the fate of the 33-year-old. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar.
Thank you, Jesse Weber. Appreciate you letting me use your video. I know you didn't have any control. Where's the father of these children? That's something we did not hear a single thing about in this entire video, is where the father of these children is. Where's the father? Where's their father? Don't know. I might be doing a little more digging. On that one. Might be doing a little more digging. Let's see. Let's do this one. This is from 6 months ago. It was posted 6 months ago. It's called The Craziest Body Cam Footage on YouTube. a little lighthearted one, I think. A little more lighthearted. Let's.
Where's your phone?
Probably in my bag or.
Okay, hush up. Let me plop this open for us, and we will just kind of keep it trucking, keep it moving. This is the beginning of the video. We are at 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Craziest body cam footage on YouTube.
Where's your phone?
Probably in my bag, or sometimes it vanishes because God just does that to me.
I'm confused. How are you going to pay your bill with your phone?
I'm going to ask people on Facebook to pay my bill. Morgan Wallen. He does do that.
Well, oh my God. I don't think this is clickbait. Oh my God. We are 14 seconds in, and sometimes her phone just vanishes because God does that. And how are you going to pay your bill with your phone? I was going to ask people on Facebook, Morgan Wallen. Hello? Who is Morgan Wallen? I'm so confused. Morgan Wallen? Who is she? Oops. My apologies. Who is he? Morgan Wallen is an American singer. "31 years of age." What did he sing? He's known for hits like "You Proof," "Last Night," and "I Had Some Help" with Post Malone. Oh, is that "I Had Some Help"? Is it that song? I hate that song.
Well, guys, today.
Does he give money to people? Does he give money to people?
It's going to be a bit of a doozy. Over the last few weeks, I've been addicted to watching body cam footage here on YouTube, and in my journey remaining 8 minutes on this website. I don't think you're ready. Now, if you're not watching body cam footage from the moment you wake up until the point that the blue light from your iPhone can no longer overpower your brain, telling you have to go to sleep, I don't really know what to tell you. You're doing something wrong.
Honestly, the body cam videos are so addicting. Like body cam videos, and also for me, the bad drivers videos, the bad drivers. Like I can watch like dash cam footage. Oh my god. Oh my god, day in and day out. Day in and day out, I could get stuck in it.
Now, I don't really know what started this addiction, but it's getting kind of bad. I'm guessing and getting caught for it. And then it just snowballed into a genuine problem. But that's not really too important for today. What's important? Orders meal, expects Facebook friends to pay her tab. Now, guys, when I say that...
Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
On April 4th, 2020.
Oh my god, everyone already has things. All right, I'm sorry. I was just sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just changing because I didn't know like how much that guy was. I like his channel, but like, you know.
2024. Officers responded to a call regarding a woman refusing to pay for her pizza.
Okay, now we have a little bit more information. She is refusing to pay for pizza. So I went to the video that he referenced, which was entitled "Woman Orders Meal, expects Facebook friends to pay her tab." That's the video I went to.
Awesome.
We're on. Good. Did we get this figured out?
No, I need my boyfriend to pay my bill, and what happened was my phone doesn't have Wi-Fi.
Let's take this outside.
Sorry.
Oh, that was great because literally, let's take this outside. These people are loving this. These people are loving this. Down here in the bottom right corner, they are loving this. They have heard all of this. They have listened to all of this. They have sat there at knowing the police are coming. They are ready. And I can feel almost a little bit of sadness that they're going outside and they're not going to hear the rest of this. These nosy broads, I love it. Because me too. Immediately just starting.
Well, that did 44 years in NYPD.
Okay.
Can we watch that again?
Have Wi-Fi. Boyfriend pay my bill, and what happened was my phone doesn't have Wi-Fi.
Let's take this outside.
Sorry. My dad did 44 years in NYPD.
Okay.
You can call him.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. I had money in my account, and now I don't.
He's in charge here.
Okay, I had money in my account, and now I don't.
Okay.
This happens to me all the time. My car broke down. You're like, you can see it.
Well, you need to pay your bill.
I know I'm gonna make money if I have my phone to make money.
Well, you need to pay your bill now.
Okay, you have to take me to jail.
Okay. So you're not gonna pay your bill?
No, I'm gonna pay my bill if I have my phone.
You're gonna pay your bill right now.
I'm gonna try.
Where's your phone?
In the bar. Probably in my bag, or sometimes it vanishes because God just does that shit to me.
I'm confused. How are you gonna pay your bill with your phone?
I'm gonna ask people on Facebook to pay my bill. Morgan Wallen. He does do that.
All right, sit here.
There's just a tone that she has with that line that gets me. Her eyes, look at her eyes. Look at those eyes. She is so offended that he would even ask. She is so offended. Oh my God.
I'm confused. How are you gonna pay your bill with your phone?
I'm gonna ask people on Facebook to pay my bill. Morgan Wallen.
No. Yeah, we're not.
He does do that.
We're not gonna sit here and do all that.
Well,
Okay,
Correa,
sure.
we can.
We're not here for it. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Where's that?
In there.
All right. So
I had money in my account.
are we gonna pay the bill today?
I want to.
Not with asking Morgan Wallen. And paying the bill.
Okay. My dad.
Your dad means nothing to me. To be completely honest, he means nothing.
I know NYPD cops hate you guys too.
That's fine. It doesn't matter that he's NYPD or not. Your dad is not anywhere.
My mom can pay my bill. I went to her house to try to get it.
Okay, is your mom willing to come here and pay your bill right now?
Yes, if you call her.
Okay.
If you call her, she's not going to believe me. She thinks I'm a psycho. She's stealing my kids from me. We can trauma bond.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. There is so much happening here. There's so much happening here. Whoa. Oh my gosh. She is not doing okay. She's not doing okay. Ma'am, you ordered a pizza and you have to pay for your pizza. We got her dad is NYPD, allegedly. Her mom would be so willing to pay the bill if the cop calls. Because she wouldn't believe her if she calls, because she thinks she's crazy and is taking her kids from her. And there's more. She's still speaking.
Bond all day long, but we're not going to do that.
Okay. Is this your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you a registered owner of the vehicle?
Yes, I am.
You don't have anything inside this vehicle to
Why
pay
is
your
she
bill.
so mean?
No, I have $7 to pay my bill.
Popular 15 St. John's.
Boyfriend to come and pay it for me. He will do that, but I need a phone
65
to do that.
28 Florida. Okay. What's your bill?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
I can print it.
Cool. She's sitting here trying to come up with all this stuff about how she wants to try to get the money. So we're not
Well, she wanted to offer that. Yeah.
She didn't have a car that she.
She walked here. Like she walked in here with no car, and then she drove off in that maroon car. So someone had to drop. Like I was like, either she's a magician, she's a movie star that's just trying to cause trouble for PR. Like I don't know what. I just can't read it all, and I'm like, I gotta.
Larry will pay my bill.
Larry? Who's Larry?
Larry, my ex-boyfriend. All my ex-boyfriends are friends.
Why is she so mean? He just asked who's Larry, my ex-boyfriend. How does he doesn't know you? We don't know your lore. And honestly, I think I regret clicking on this video. Do we want to know your lore? Seems wild. Your lore seems so exponentially unfollowable. I could never even begin to start to understand what are you on. What are you on? Because what do you mean, Larry? What do you mean your ex-boyfriend is going to come to this pizza place and pay your bill after you walked here, then got into a car and drove back? I love that. Either she's a magician or a celebrity.
Friends of mine, they'll pay my bill.
So
They
funny.
have jobs. But I need my phone to work to call them, and my phone is dead. I can go to my house and charge it.
Do you guys want to press charges?
She can't pay her bill yet.
I can walk there and leave my car here and my bag here.
Would you press charges? Him saying if she can't pay her bill, ordering something and knowing that you can't pay for it. Yeah, I would if that cop said, "Hey, would you press charges?" and I was in his shoes, if she can't pay her bill, yeah. You ordered it knowing you ain't got nothing more than $7 to your name. You can't steal it. We're not going to give it to you until you pay for it. So you can't steal it. You are actively wasting our money, our product, our time. And you're causing a scene, you're causing a disturbance, and your eyes are Their eyes are doing something, ma'am. Your eyes are doing something, and I think there might be a spell on her.
Okay. You leave your bag here. You stay here often. Or
I'm a
where?
spotter.
Okay. All right. Where's your residence right now?
Right there, 130. Spotter.
Did she say she's a
You leave your
squatter?
bag here. You stay here often. Or
I'm a
where?
spotter.
Okay. All right. Where's your residence right now?
Right there, 130.
Which car did you come here?
In the red car.
Why is she talking like that? How are they supposed to? You're acting like this is the 17th time someone has asked you this question. This is the first time this man right here, this one, has asked you the question, how did you get here? What car did you drive in? Why are you so mean? You're being so mean. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
Perfect.
Is this a drug
Thank you.
thing?
And you said you're not going to pay this?
No, I am going to pay it tomorrow.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's not going to help me. All right. Come on, put your hands behind your back.
That's not how that works.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't get IOUs from restaurants.
Like one wall in prison?
You do. You're going to jail right now for defrauding an innkeeper.
I did it before.
You're failing to pay your bill.
I'm not failing to pay my bill. I need my bag so I can make some phone calls.
Bag?
And my pizza and my meal.
No, you're not taking that. They don't take food in jail.
Oh, I have bread and butter, right?
All right. 27.29 here. You already did.
Now I'm not going to get my kids
26,
back.
thank you. Thank you. Oh, that would have been bad.
That was so funny. The juxtaposition of, no, I'm not going to get my kids back. And then this woman holding the door open for the officer and she's making sure he gets in and she's making sure her pizza doesn't fall. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is wild. This is wild. And these people in this table in the right-hand side are loving every minute of it. You know when that door's closed, this woman right on here, she's leaning over, looking out that door, seeing what's going on. That is too much. This is all just too much.
Do you have anything on you that's going to go into the
I have
jail?
a knife.
St. John's. Okay.
Are they taking her to the hospital to be evaluated for medical, like a
Get
mental
my bag so I can call
hold?
my dad. You give me my bill.
She's going to be 10-15 my friend's still.
Or my mom. I'm not a defrauder. This shit happens to me all the time. All your friends know me.
So you said you have a knife up your...
Yes, I do. You want to come get it?
No.
I didn't think so, asshole.
Okay.
What?
All day.
She's got a knife up her bung? She's got a bung knife? Why? Do you want to come get it? He said, no. How does this happen? Is this a drug? Is this a drug that's happening? Is it a drug? Or is it alcohol? Is it mental health? Sounds painful. A bung knife? Yes. What? I just don't. I'm very confused as to how we got here, and why. And this, I think he's probably the manager. His face, killer. Bath salts. Do we think bath salts? She said she's a squatter and that she lives right over there and just pointed. They never like turned their body so we could see like if there's like an apartment complex or anything there. They're clearly in like some sort of like strip plaza situation. What is this?
Hey, so you know, appreciate it. Holy cow.
Yeah, software road.
Well, there's a bunch in here. Did she buy that one from you guys?
Well, yes, she bought it.
Well, yeah. And then she brought these?
Yeah, those were in there. No bag. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thanks, though.
Yeah.
Heineken. Is it alcohol? Is it alcohol? Is she just misdrinks a lot?
Not a problem, guys. Y'all have a good one.
I want to come back.
I appreciate you.
No, for real.
Cool.
Thank you.
We were just, as we pulled up, where he said he's in training. He said, "Have you been here?" I said, "No, not yet. I need to come check it out."
Well,
So,
if you guys have a break a little bit later, pizza's on me. Okay.
cool.
Oh, Miss Drinks. That's so cute. So the manager said, "You guys, come on and get some pizza. Like, we appreciate you for assisting us." And I think that's really sweet. Overall, do I like the whole cops drink free, eat free? No. Am I cool with that with firefighters? Sure. Am I cool with that with nurses? For sure. For sure. Cops, I don't know. If you're a cop, do you get like free donuts at Dunkin'? I don't know. It's just like it seems bribey to me. Miss drinks a lot. I think I don't know if she's her eyeballs. Her eyeballs are saying more than just drink to me. I don't know if it's a mixture of all three.
St. John's.
Look
Okay.
at Canton. They should
So
not.
female deputy at me 51 to us by chance. She's saying she has a signal 0 in a inappropriate place.
Inappropriate
She's on both
place.
sides. Her name is Danielle.
They pulled this woman in because this wild pizza place patron says she's got a bung knife. So this poor female officer, they pulled her in because she said she's got stuff down in there. And they need it. Like I said in the last one, they need, the women come do the women situation. Those cops owe this police officer some pizza. Like coming in.
Hi, Danielle. Hi, how are you?
Coming in cold, not knowing the situation. Just a little conversation over the radio probs, right? And now she's got to deal with this. Just jumping in 2 feet. Well, hopefully. Okay.
Shitty day. Oh, you look so pretty. Thank you. I was going to my boyfriend's house, but I didn't want to. So pretty to go to a. Well, I was at the pub waiting for him to come get me.
At the pub.
Real quick.
Come on out, Kurt. Just gonna.
No. See, this is why I hate men. This is why I hate men. She is doing her thing. This female officer, which with the hair, the officer with the good hair, she was working her thing. She opened the. Oh, you look pretty. I'm gonna get this woman on my side. I'm gonna get her to listen to me and talk to me. I'm gonna listen to her ramble and rant, right? I'm gonna do my job. And then a man has to come in the back and ask a question. Men ruin everything. Men ruin everything. Why not just let her do your thing? Can your question wait? Can your question wait 1 damn minute? Can your question wait 1 damn minute? She is doing her thing. She is working her abilities to be the officer to handle whatever is or is not stuck up one of her damn holes. And you're out here bothering like a man. Out here bothering. Can you just not bother for 2 seconds? Go on the other side of the damn car, step back, watch, be patient, but keep your mouth shut. She don't want to talk to you. This woman that you got in the back of this car with a potential knife stuck up her ass don't want to talk to you. Let this woman handle it. Oh, that made me so mad. Like, don't come up from behind her and try to overtalk her while she's working her. That pisses me so off. I'm furious. I can feel like my cheeks are hot. Like, that is so frustrating.
No, I don't.
Can we go back?
Well, oh, you look so.
This is how this started. 15 seconds later, we get a man interrupting this process that she is actively working on. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm like,
Hi, Danielle. Hi, how are you? Shitty day. Oh, you look so pretty. Thank you. I was going to my boyfriend's house, but I didn't want to. So pretty to go to a. Well, I was at the pub waiting for him to come get me.
Real quick.
Come on out, Kurt. Just gonna. You said you got some up there? No, I don't. I'm kidding.
Well,
okay.
Not something to joke
I
about.
gotta kind of chat.
Shut up.
Yeah, not gonna.
Dude, shut up. Dude, shut up. Let her make sure. Ah, I'm so mad. She's here for a reason. This female officer is here for a reason. Let her do the thing that she's here for. Let her handle the situation. Yeah, no, she probably doesn't have to go up in the bunghole and make sure there isn't a knife stuffed in there, but let her de-escalate. She's de-escalating. You are escalating, and not in the way where someone's going to end up and the guns are pulled and tasers and everything like that. But this woman in the backseat of this car just wants to talk. So what is this female officer doing? She is letting her talk and then finding the moments to ask the questions. She's letting her talk, right? She's making sure she feels comfortable to answer whatever question she's going to ask her truth and answer it truthfully. And there's a man, period. And then there's a man. Oh, why would a man be there? I can't. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Like this whole thing. I'm
not gonna do a whole.
I was
Hey,
kidding.
before she does that, let me ask you. I just talked to your mom on the phone, and she said that you didn't pay your bill at some bar last night.
No, because this happens to me all the time.
Well, if you didn't have money to pay
I
your bill
did
last
have
night,
money. I have
why would you
$7.5 million.
Look at it.
He's being an asshole.
No,
Yes. Yes, exactly. Girl, yes. Slay. He is. In that moment, he was, because that could have waited until she got sat back in that car after this female officer did a pat down and made sure that everything was A-okay, good to go. Yes, he is. In that very moment, I agree with you, Miss Green Dress. I agree with you, Crazy Eyes. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, he was, because that could have waited. That could have waited. Write it down. Write your notes down first and then come on back. That could have waited. Oh. Oh my God. Does this girl deserve to go get mentally checked out by the hospital and then probably in lockup and sort it out? For sure. For sure. Does it seem like the state needs to maybe step in and make sure she gets the help that she needs? Absolutely. Absolutely. Should that police officer, Mr. Big Head, right over here, could he have waited 2 minutes? Yes, he could have. Why did he have to come over here and get her riled up again? It didn't have to happen that way.
My dad did 44 years in the NYPD. I did 20 years in the NYPD.
Okay, so
I'm
Look,
retired.
so now this female officer has to do a job because she was called in to do a job. She showed up to do a job, and now she has to do it with this person, Miss Green Dress, at a 9 instead of a 4 where she was at when she opened the door. She was at a 4, and then she went down to about a 3. Oh my God, you look pretty. I know I was going to go to my boyfriend's house, and then she gets herself all riled up, right? And then, ooh, that really makes me mad. That really makes me mad. And this is why it's not just about the big moments. It's not just about the big events, the police, the guns, the death, the trials, and it's not just about all of that when it comes to cops learning de-escalation. It's not just about that. It's about these small moments too. It's about these very small moments as well. That did not have to happen that way. He did not have to do that. That was for him. That was not for the female officer, the other officer, or Miss Green Dress. That was not for anyone. That was for him. And that's what pisses me off.
Tired.
No, you're not.
Do you have anything up your hoo-ha?
No.
God, I don't want to look.
I know.
Why is he over there saying, and now he's over there just saying stuff? That's not de-escalation. That's not helping anything. That's all for you. That's all for you. Lame.
I'm gonna check it. I can't even.
Just at least do a pat down.
Like, I can't thing because my legs are stuck because they're chubby.
You're athletic. You're not chubby. And don't call us chubby, woman. All right, just put your stomach up there. Your dress is so cute.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
See?
I need my bag.
Go ahead. We're going to get it, but go ahead.
Thank you.
All right. Hang tight for me, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
NYPD, huh?
No. You mind terribly. She's just hanging out until the mom gets here because she's got her kids.
And then And then Mr. Big Head Talks a Lot is now asking Miss Female Officer, who was able to finally do a pat down and get Miss Green Dress back down to a 4 and get her back into the car, is now being asked. Mr. Big Head is now asking Miss Female Officer to wait until the mom shows up, who currently has her kids. So I that one made me mad. That one made me so mad. That one made me really upset. Not like the second video, but that made me really disappointed. That is not how that needed to go down. That is not how that needed to go down in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. Nope, 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 nope. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. All right, let's get back to my watch later list and see what we got going on. What do we want to do now? What do we want to do? Do we want to do wild drivers? Do you want to do some wild drivers? I think we could probably do some wild drivers. There's also a swatting prank video, body cam video that I think would be really interesting. Rookie cop lies on the job, gets arrested. That's an option. Do you want to watch that one? That one's 15 minutes. Let's watch that one, and then we'll take a little bit of break. Like just a little like bathroom break and stuff. It's gonna be
well. Listen.
Okay. Yeah, let's watch it. Let's watch that one. Rookie cop. We're dealing with a rookie cop here, folks. Dealing with a rookie cop. Or rookie ex-cop. This is from, let's see. This is from the channel Cop Watch. Rookie cop lies on the job, gets arrested. 15 minutes. Let's see what we got.
Well, listen, what we need to do right now is I need you to take off your gear. Okay. So you can just put that down. You can just put your phone down or whatever. But I'm gonna take this from you. Okay.
Outwatch is 5-6.
Rita Theory Dispatch. This is Katie. How can I help you?
Hey, Katie, this is 622. I just got back to my apartment and I think somebody broke in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just, I need to have a unit come out here.
A rookie Ruidoso police officer was told to go home and shave. He went to Walmart to buy supplies. He went home and shaved. He left his apartment before realizing he needed his body camera. He kicked in his door and then called 911 to say someone broke into the home.
But yeah, like I said, I didn't see anyone go up and down the stairwell.
So you went to Walmart, your card didn't work, so you didn't buy nothing.
Yeah.
Came back home.
Yeah, because
you came in, you wound up using your electric razor.
Yeah, which I mean, everything's still over there.
Okay.
But I used that, got everything done, was going to go back 81, and that's when I realized my body cam was still on the sink. I was going to come back down to get it, and the door was wide open.
Hold on. We have to watch that again. We have to listen to that again. Because what? What? Why? Why would you lie? Why would you lie? Okay. Why would you lie? I'm so confused.
I need to have a unit come out here.
A rookie Ruidoso police officer was told to go home and shave. He went to Walmart to buy supplies. He went home and shaved. He left his apartment before realizing he needed his body camera. He kicked in his door and then called 911 to say someone broke into the home.
Why did you kick in your door? There's information missing. You don't have your key? Why did you kick in your door? Why didn't you show up shaved like you were supposed to? Lots of questions. Why then lie to your job? Why then call your job and say, hey, I know you guys are really bad at your job, so I'm gonna need you to come out to my apartment because someone broke into my door. How far away did you get? I have so many questions. You left. How far away did you get when you realized the body cam was still on your bathroom sink? I'm so
But yeah, like I said, they didn't see anyone go up and down the stairwell.
So you went to Walmart, your card didn't work, so you didn't buy nothing.
Yeah.
Came back home.
Yeah, because
you came in, you wound up using your electric razor.
Yeah, which I mean, everything's still over there.
Okay.
But I used that, got everything done, was gonna go back 81, and that's when I realized my body cam was still on the sink. I was gonna come back down to get it, and the door was wide open.
How old are you, Ski?
21.
21. You know how long I've been doing this?
Many years, sir.
23. So I'm pretty good.
Bro's living a hard life. Okay, can we Bro's not living an easy life. He was looking for a payout, an insurance payout, I guess. I don't know what the end result he wanted was. But let's just hold on. Let me just
So
This is his apartment. He's living in a studio apartment. He's 21 years old. He has a bed that might be closet or bathroom. This is kitchen right on over here, and this is the rest of it. This is the rest of it. Why would anybody want to break it? He's got those plastic lawn chairs, like those one piece solid plastic. Oh my gosh, as chairs. He's got like 3 of them in his apartment. He's got his TV set up. A little mini fridge. Oh, that's his refrigerator. Oh man. This is not an easy life. This is not a fun, easy way to live, right? This sucks for anyone. And if anyone tells you, "Oh my god, I love it so much," no, this is not easy. This is not ideal. But what I'm confused as why are you living like this? Why are you living in a small apartment? Rent is too damn high. Rent's too damn high. Why lie?
I'm pretty good about reading situations. You know what I mean? So I want you to know that first of all, I can help you out if there's something else going on here, okay? But I need you as an officer to be 100% honest with me right now.
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding you were, when you called your mom, which you say you were sitting right here,
yes,
was at 642. At 642, you were in Walmart.
No, sir.
That was a bold no, sir. And he reached for his phone real quick. He is pulling up his call history, his call log. Let's see what happens now.
If this will load. I have my phone calls right here. Dispatch right there. 6:21, I was at Walmart. Okay. 6:42 was when I got back here. 6:46-ish was when I called dispatch.
Okay. This is you leaving Walmart?
Yes, sir.
With the bag in your hand?
Yes. I bought a candy. That's it.
But candy with your card?
With tap.
Okay. But you didn't use that to buy your razor?
No, sir.
No.
No, I mean, I realized that I had my electric
Pause.
shaver here, so I didn't really see.
Pause. Oh my God, I could not pause the damn video. If I'm not mistaken, Walmart has never and does not plan to in the future have tap to pay. They don't have tap to pay. Does Walmart have tap to pay? Oh. I guess they do. They don't have Apple tap to pay. What do you mean? I can never tap to pay. When I got so excited. Oh, on the Walmart app. They use Walmart. Accepts tap to pay for credit and debit cards that have NFC tech. Walmart also offers Walmart Pay. No. Oh. When I mean tap to pay, phone tap to pay. You can tap your card, but you can't phone. Because you can't, no, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not crazy. When you have your phone, right? And you open your card and to tap your phone to the machine with your card open to pay, Walmart doesn't do that. They don't do that. You can have Walmart Pay on the app and like pay with your card through the app while at checkout. But you can't like open your card on your phone, like, oh, here's my face, and your card pops up and you use your card, the picture is on the phone, and you use your phone and you tap the machine. They don't do that. I just had a conversation with a Walmart employee the other day about it.
Actually buy that, spend more money.
So listen, Ski, this is the time, okay? This is a very important juncture in your life.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Where I want you to be 100% straight with me. If you messed up and you kicked your door because maybe you forgot your key, maybe because you were pissed off, stuff happens. If I was in a bind and I had to kick my door, I'd kick my door. Okay? That's when we got to help each other out. If you made a mistake, you made a mistake. But this one, I need you to be straight with me 100%. You don't want to start your career with a blemish. Okay? So there's other things that I haven't told you yet that lead me to believe you're not being 100% straight up with me. Okay? So I want you right now, put everything aside, all your emotions, any fear you might have. Be 100% honest with me, bud. Okay? I looked at the boot patterns. What do you think I saw there? Okay.
Crickets. I looked at the boot patterns. This man said, I know what boots you're wearing. They're uniform. They're uniform boots. We all had to wear them. And those in your uniform have to wear them. I know. I looked at the boot pattern. What do you have to say about that? You lying son of a liar? Crickets. Why are you lying about it though?
It's okay. It's not the end of the world, man. But I need you to be straight with me. Okay.
Just the end of your career.
Why did you kick it? Were you locked out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's all right. But
bro just admitted 5 minutes in to this video, he was locked out. So you kicked your door in, and then you called 911 and said someone broke in. So you are illegally using emergency services. You falsified a police report. You lied to, I don't know, is that a criminal charge, lying to a superior?
Here's the thing, man. when you do something like that, especially in this career, you call your buddy, Munoz. Hey, dude, I got locked out. I had to kick my freaking door. Probably going to be in trouble. So I'm assuming maybe you thought, what, that you're going to have to pay for the door because you kicked it or what?
I knew that.
Yeah. So why did you kick it?
Did get locked.
You got locked out and couldn't find your key, or it was in here?
It was all that was in here.
It was in here. Okay. All right. Well.
So you got locked out. Your key's inside. You're outside. The door won't open. You're fresh on the job. You just went through kicking doors in training, probably, I'm assuming. So you kicked your damn door in. Oh, shit. My landlord's going to be pissed. I kicked my door in. I'm probably going to have to replace this entire door. New locks. New this. Da, 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 da. I have to file a report with the landlord. The building needs to fix it. I'm going to have to pay for it. I can barely afford rent as it is. Da, 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 da. Let me call 911 and file a police report so that I'm not responsible for the door. Someone else kicked it in. Did you really think that was going to do it? That was going to work? That was it?
Well, listen, what we need to do right now is I need you to take off your gear. Okay?
Oh, you're fired, son. You're fired, son. Look at how he's standing. Look at how he's fired.
So you can just put that down. You can just put your phone down or whatever. But I'm gonna take this from you, okay? Is this triple? Is it a thumb release? Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and take all your gear off. Okay.
Proper gun handling, I like to see. Let's go back and watch that again, how he handled that. So he figures out them different ways of holstering, I'm sure. He gets it, is immediately pointed away, down at a wall,
Okay.
nowhere near anybody.
Let's go ahead and take all your gear off. Okay.
Is handed to the other officer on scene so that he has his free hand to handle everything else. And do like to see proper gun handling. Now is the guy holding the gun handling it properly? I don't know. I can't really see. Oh man, that is so embarrassing. It's one thing to lose your job in the office, right? It's one thing to lose your job in the police station. It's one thing to lose your job on scene, like you're out and about and you lose it's another thing to lose your job in your own damn home. You are standing in your residence where you sleep every single night, where you wake up, you get ready to go to training and go to work, and this is the same damn place. You got so humbled that you had to take everything off, hand it over, and have that walk out your apartment. And then you get led out of the apartment in handcuffs. That is so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing.
Now keep in mind that this doesn't have to be the end of law enforcement for you, okay? This is a misdemeanor. It's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things, okay? You might have another shot in the future, but
might, keyword might. Should? No. Might.
You can't start your career out with a false report, okay? It is a crime. All right? I think maybe, you're 21 years old, and I'll tell you right now, I couldn't I was barely at a level of maturity where I was. Okay? So I don't want you to beat yourself up about this. But these things happen. You're young, you made a mistake, you made a bad call. And this could be an important life lesson. Okay? But at the same time, now that with our department anyway, your credibility, not so good. Okay? I'm just being straight with you. So I want you to keep that in mind in the future, regardless of what you get into. But if it's law enforcement, you got to be 100% right from the very get-go. Okay? Did you buy that belt?
Randolph tickets.
Randolph gave it to you. I'm going to take all the department issued stuff, so let's gather that up, okay? You got patches, corporal stripes.
But that was I took off the jacket.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and let me get your uniform shirt.
I don't know what happened to the audio, but it did a little funky thing there. Your uniform shirt, everything department issued, gotta go. You're a liar, and the entire department knows it. Okay. So good luck.
You got a backpack?
The backpack is in this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Embarrassing. Wild.
What else do we got? Oh,
I'm just speeding it up.
This is for our radio, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You want to keep that belt, or you want to just give it back to that?
I'll keep the belt. Actually, so you don't want it anymore, so.
Okay. Oh, wait, hold on.
That belt was given to him by what I assume to be another officer who got a new belt and said, like, hey, you can have this one. You don't have to go buy one or use, department or whatever. Okay, you have this belt. I don't want it anymore. And in that moment, he made a decision. This little guy made the decision. I'll keep it. I'll keep that belt. Pat said he didn't want it anymore. No. You have them give it back to Pat. Let him decide if he wants you to keep it. That's my opinion. Because you're a liar. And you're not trustworthy. And in my brain, this is a prime suspect to get out on those streets pretending to be a damn cop. I'm not saying he does. I don't know who this guy is. But this is exactly what would happen to the person who says, oh, I'm a cop, when they're not. They buy old cop cars. They use lights that look very close to that. They get jobs in security or funeral directing, traffic coordinating, all that stuff, and they act as a cop, but they're not. They want to hold power, but they can't handle it. Do I think this 21-year-old kid could possibly be a good cop one day? Yes. Do I think he should be a cop one day? No. No, because if you are held to the standard of being supported and backed by whichever police department this is from, and you have a gun on your hip and a badge on your chest, and you make the decision to call 911 and make a false claim about your apartment being broken into, you don't deserve to be a cop. You don't deserve to be a security guard. You don't deserve to be anything like that. You don't deserve to hold any sort of protective power because you have no respect for it. You have no respect for it. And I think the detective that is handling him right now is being way too nice. Being way too nice. This is just a misdemeanor, you know. Your chances at law enforcement are not over. They should be. Because you had the chance. You're a rookie cop. You're a rookie. And you had to go shave. And in that time where you had to go shave, you called 911 to fake a report. What if I wasn't a rookie cop? What if I was just a normal person and I faked a report of someone breaking into my house? What's going to happen to me? Trash. Trash. Trash.
Is there any other department issue stuff that you can think of?
No, sir. Everything was in the box on me.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm not going to let you. Okay, I haven't made a misdemeanor, for instance. So we'll figure that out when we get over there. Okay, but like I said, I'm going to go as easy on you as I possibly can. Okay, and we'll get it figured out.
Which is garbage. Because the only reason you're going easy on him is because he was a cop 2 minutes ago. That's the only reason. Someone who should know just how dumb calling 911 because you had to kick your own damn door in is. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right.
I think they got somebody in the way.
He hasn't answered me yet. I tried calling him.
633 Rose.
Oh my God.
633 Rose. Yeah. I'll see you.
Who are you texting?
Do you? Is there any way to secure this right now, or?
That's why I was looking for the keys.
For the keys? Did you notice that there was keys hanging on his desk?
I didn't notice. I'll go check them.
You can take your phone with you, but I'll let you use your phone while you're there. Okay.
There it is. Handcuffed and ushered out of your own apartment because you couldn't handle the job. You couldn't keep yourself together enough to make sure your keys were on you, to make sure your body cam is on your chest when you headed back to your job. And then you decided to make a false police report. This is the consequences of your very own actions. This belongs to him and only him. This is so disappointing. I'm so mad. Guys, body cam videos make me mad. Make me so frustrated. This sucks. It sucks for him, but I don't care about that. This sucks that like people looked at him and were proud of him and were like, oh my God, yay, you're doing something so good. You're 21, you're a rookie cop, like you're doing so well, like you're gonna get on your feet, you're gonna start making good money, you know, you're gonna be a cop, you're gonna protect and serve. And like I'm sure there's people who are really proud of him. And he just threw that away.
Your phone on this side?
Nothing on this side.
Okay. I thought you were getting your mail. Is your house key on the same keychain?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can put it in the car, right?
I don't think so.
Where'd you set your mail down at?
Back behind the TV.
What is that?
14. It's on 14.
Break off or something?
14. 14, 15, 30.
Hold on, let me put it back in normal for a minute.
Yes.
Oh, you good? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Wow. That's gotta not feel good. That's gotta really suck. Gotta walk through all these windows. You know people are peeping. You know people are looking, seeing what's going on. You know, pulling them blinds. Who the cops here for? Because I know it ain't me. I'm nosy as hell too. Damn.
Just hang tight for a bit.
Damn. Damn. That one was tough. That one was tough only because I didn't like that he tried so long to lie. I didn't like that he was treated so comfortably. I didn't like that. That's not fair. I don't think that's fair. He should of all people, he should know the importance of 911 and to not take advantage of it. Did you really think that your superiors, the detectives that you look up to, that you probably wanted to be one day, are going to look at this and be like, "Oh wow, he's so smart." Like, "Well, oh my gosh, wow, yeah, someone definitely broke in." And they're not going to look at him and be like, "Bro, you broke your own damn door in." Why? They had footage of you walking out of Walmart, time-stamped security footage. And you're going to sit there and say no? You're going to sit there and lie? It's a hard pass. That's a really hard pass. That's a really hard pass. Hard pass. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. 15 minutes. And then I'm thinking we get into I'm thinking we do a little, we'll chat a little bit about the juror interview that Turtle Boy did. Talk about the interview with the juror, the deliberating juror from the Karen Reed trial. What do we think? There's going to be a lot of Karen Reed stuff happening this week. I won't be back on until Friday. I won't be back on until Friday. And there's going to be a lot of Karen Reed stuff happening this week. So I'll do like a sort of, hey, here's what happened this week with Karen Reed on Friday. But in preparation, maybe we just talk about the whole juror trial. We could go through a little bit of it. It's long, but we'll do that. So let's see. It's 37, 3:52. Be back in like 15 minutes. Yeah. 3:52. Take a quick little potty break. I have to go pee so bad. I need to stretch. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. That's really cool. And then we'll do some Turtle Boy stuff. We'll do Turtle Boy. Okay. I will be back. Be good. Goodbye. Be good. Be right back. Don't leave. I'll be right back. I'm back. I needed to finish my sandwich. Let's cover Turtle Boy. And there was a thing. Okay. Hi. Welcome back. We did things. We did wow, we went through a bunch of videos. We did some body cam, a mom, bad mom, crazy pizza stealer. We did a bunch of things. My bra strap keeps coming up. We did a bunch of things, but now let's do something that is a little more right now, a little more pertinent. We covered pretty much the entire Karen Reed trial. We are talking about Karen Reed a lot. Karen Reed is living, the entire case is living rent free in my brain, and I know some of y'all's brains as well. Let's right now go to the Turtle Boy Karen Reed trial juror interview. So let's do a little quick background on who Turtle Boy is. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but Turtle Boy, this one over here in the red hat, Turtle Boy is, I'm using my pointer, but I have to like kind of click on it. Turtle Boy over here is his like online name. Aiden Kearney, I believe, is his like real name. He has been covering this Karen Reed case since before anyone else was covering it. He is basically the reason that it got to be so big. When Karen Reed was first arrested and things started coming out about a cop who was killed and the girlfriend and the car and the 34 Fairview and the this and the that and the this and the that, Turtle Boy started covering it with something called the Canton Confidential. Canton Confidential, Canton Controversy, Canton, I think it's Canton Confidential, something like that. And he was making articles and he was talking about all things Karen Reed. He was talking all things controversy, the conflicts between the police and the troopers this and the troopers that and the officers this, and every day, multiple times a day, he was talking, he was online, he was posting these short articles, he was out on the street filming videos of the pizza place, of this and that, and he was getting into hustles, he was getting into tussles with the people involved. And then it turned into him also being charged with witness intimidation and things like that. I believe it's witness intimidation, don't get me wrong, don't hold me to it if I am wrong. But he does have a charge regarding his activities towards this case. Do I think he sparked and lit a fire underneath everyone and got this case in the view of the world? Yes. Should Karen be grateful essentially to this? I think so. Do I listen to all of the things that he says and believe everything that he says? No. Do I take what he says with a grain of salt? Yes. Do I follow him intently to fully comprehend and understand this case? Absolutely not. But what he did do and was able to do was get a deliberating juror from the first Karen Reed trial to do an interview. Did this juror have to do this? No. Did this juror want to do this? I believe so. Did this juror do this? Yes. Is there any sort of legal repercussion for this juror doing this interview? No. This juror is free of their duty. They cannot go back and change anything. Even the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, the Supreme Appeals Court said, we're done. we're done. Like, no. Everything was done to its normal standard in this trial. We are not reconvening the jury. We are not going back and talking to the jury. We are not trying to get some sort of poll of the jury. They are free citizens. They are back to their lives. It could have been done have been done? In our opinions, yes. In the court's opinions, no. It didn't have to be done, a poll wise, to see if everyone was on the same stance for each individual charge for Karen Reed at the end of the first trial. So this juror is free of their duty. It is up to them if they want to show their face. It is up to them if they want to talk. It is up to them if they want to reach out to anyone. It's up to them for whatever they do. So I believe that this was a legitimate deliberating juror. Turtle Boy was in the courtroom a lot. There were moments when he wasn't allowed to be in the courtroom, when certain people were in the courtroom and or testifying. But when he was allowed to be there, he was there. So he did get a look at the jury. And so I do believe that this is a legitimate juror who deliberated. He's going to say things that are going to piss you off, especially if you followed the Karen Reed trial. But we have to continue to remember, we have to continue to remember that we were able to talk. We were able to research. We were able to look up things and listen to things and read articles and have conversations and listen to other people who knew more about the law, and then chime in with those who knew more about the case. We were able to expand our level of knowledge, not just about the case itself, but Karen Reed, the lawyers, the attorneys, the process, who ARCA is, this and that. We were able to learn more about each individual witness if we wanted to, because we had the access and ability to. We were not held to a sequestration issue where we were not allowed to go online. We were not allowed to do like the jurors. They could not go online. They could not read articles. They could not do their own research. They could not look things up when they were not in court. Even when they were in court, they couldn't do that. But why would they? Because they're actively in court. They're not allowed to do that. They weren't even allowed to talk about the case amongst each others until they were sent off to deliberate. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. So when we listen to this juror answer these questions, we will feel frustration. I've watched this. I've watched this in a couple different formats. We will feel frustration, but that's okay. Because we have to understand we are chatty jury. He was official jury. Exactly. He was official jury. Even though he was official jury, it's going to be annoying. It's going to make your blood sort of churn, because there are things, even if we did not have the opportunity to look and research, there are things that us here in this little tiny space would just go, huh? That doesn't make any sense. That's not believable. I can't sit here and believe that. That doesn't work for me. I don't have the time frame. I don't have the numbers for that. All of that. That did not happen for a lot of jurors. So let's get into some of it. I will continue to stop and start and talk and respond. We might be able to get through the whole thing. I have it at 1.25 right now. If it's too fast, let me know. If it's too slow, let me know. We can always speed it up as well. Let's see how far we get. It's 4:00. Let's see how far we get into this. And if it's just too much, let me know. We can watch, I don't know, people get arrested at fast food restaurants. Okay. We're here to chat, and this is just really fantastic. Again, before we get started, this is fantastic insight into what jurors do, and this is also fantastic insight for the prosecution and defense. They are going to learn what worked, learn what didn't work, and they're going to apply this to the second trial. So this timing with Turtle Boy is actually really good for both sides of the case. It's going to be really annoying for us, though. Really, really annoying. Because I've seen it so many times and I'm like, I know, I get it, but I'm so mad at it. Okay, let's begin. Also, I learned something while watching this the first time, that the trooper let me move my face. Trooper this. I'm not going to say that word. I'm not going to say this word. But this was said at trial. Okay. Apparently, Okay, so there's a trooper Buchanan that was testifying in the trial, and there was a turn of phrase used to address Trooper Buchanan within the trial as Trooper Bukaki. I said it. I don't. So bad that I said it. And apparently, Turtle Boy has been referring to him as that name for a while since before the trial started. I thought it was just a slip of the tongue, but it turned out that it may have been a little bit more. They may have been a little more deep into the Turtle Boy writings prior to testifying. I'm calling him Trooper that. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's go.
Atmosphere. It would have been nicer to see it in a little bit more with some snow, just to see what would that look like. But
Doing
good. Thanks. How are you?
good. Thanks. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate this.
No worries.
Yes. So yeah.
Yes. we did sort of do a little skippity do as that happened. I caught it, but I didn't want to fully address it as it was happening, because when it happened, I thought it was just a very simple slip of the tongue, not knowing how to say, like, it was just some awkward Freudian slip. But it was actually said at least two solid times. And I think one time it came out as Trooper Buchanan. Like, there was like a stumble over it. But like, I believe the first two times that they tried to say his name, they referred to Trooper Buchanan as Trooper Buchanan. Yeah. Yeah, and I thought it was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't know the lore went that deep, at the time. We may, hopefully we don't skip over it. I don't know where inside of this long interview it is, but Turtle Boy does bring it up.
So yeah. Yeah, you were stuck behind a plow, I heard, on your way in there. Wasn't Lucky Locker?
Yeah,
was
of course.
It wasn't Lucky Locker, was it?
Yeah. I mean,
No.
it's the snow, right? We're trying to beat the system, right?
Well, let me start off with that, right? There's actually an interesting video that I just saw come out that somebody took driving by 34 Fairview Road. And I want to have you visited 34 Fairview Road, obviously, on like the first week of the trial, right?
That's correct.
What were your thoughts when you saw 34 Fairview Road and the car parked outside, in the lawn? What did you think of the whole scene there?
It was surreal. I think it was very interesting to be able to see the atmosphere. It would have been nicer to see it in a little bit more with some snow, just to see what would that.
Yes, fair point. Seeing 34 Fairview with an inch or two of snow on the ground definitely would have, for sure, at night. If the sun was like going down, it would have been probably way more helpful, because they're seeing it in the middle of the summer. This case they went to see it in what, April?
That look like, but we were trying to observe the area and the environment at the time.
Well, funny you should mention that. So this is people love to do this. This is what somebody just drove by like an hour or two ago, 34 Fairview Road, and this is the perspective that 7 or 8 of the witnesses would have seen. And then John's body, of course, was later found right about here. Okay, and let me just ask you something right now, right? So they want us. The prosecution contends, and the prosecution witnesses contend. I believe it was Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and 2 other. Caitlin Albert and Tristan Morris. They all drove directly by this spot while it was snowing at like between 1 and 2 in the morning. Every single one of them says that they didn't see a body on the front lawn right there. If you had seen this visual during the trial, would that have made it harder to believe that they couldn't, if a body was there, that they wouldn't have seen it?
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting because there were no pictures of what the body looked like at the time, right? So nobody took pictures of before they moved the body or moved the patient. We don't know what it really looked like, but looking at that, it's kind of hard to believe you can't see anything. But again, it's hard to say that you couldn't see it, and it's also hard to say that you could. I mean, it's it's all speculation in that respect. But it'd be hard.
Yep. Yep. Speculation that turned into a trial. This juror now seeing that video of 34 Fairview with an inch or two of snow does not change the outcome of the trial, and it clearly does not change his opinion. This juror makes it very clear that he was for not guilty. He was a not guilty voter. Can we test 1.5?
Hard somebody who's that large to not be able to see something there.
Right. So when we talked before, you said that you were one of two jurors who wanted to ask the Judge Cannoni, about whether or not you were. First of all, do you confirm that it was a 12-0 vote for acquittal on murder and leaving the scene of an accident?
That is correct. So that was what the entire group agreed upon. That being said, it was confusing because
pause. We have to take that as with a grain of salt. It was not written on any forms. It was not supplied to the judge in that manner. So maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, right? That doesn't change anything. It is really annoying. It's really annoying if that is so. If that is so.
We didn't have very clear direction on if it was all or nothing. In other words, if all three convictions had to be 100%. So that's why the response that it was that we were continued to need to deliberate, because it was not clear on that one charge. So the one charge that we were not very clear on and not everybody was in agreement with was essentially the manslaughter charge, involuntary manslaughter. So that was the one that we were not clear on. But the other two charges, which was essentially second-degree murder as well as leaving a scene of an accident, was very clear. We all 12 agreed that was not the case. Right. So
right. And when did you guys start voting? So the first day you guys went and deliberated, it was closing arguments, right? And then you had like half a day there to deliberate. And then you came back. I don't know what day of the week it was, but you came back the next day. You had a full day of deliberations. When is the first time you guys took like a tally? And like when you said, okay, did you guys start with that? And did you say like, let's see where we stand right now? Or how'd that work?
I think we wanted to read essentially the first day. We kind of took it all in. And after that, then we started to do a vote. We clearly didn't have a timeline, or I can't recall exactly the exact timeline on when we first decided on some of those essentially convictions. However, it was very clear that each time we made a vote, we wanted to make sure that we read the charges. So very clearly read the charges and understand.
So he can't remember exactly when they all sort of came together and said, let's take a vote. Where do we all stand? And then go from there. But every time they went through it, every time they did some sort of polling of each other, they went through and read the charges. That's a lot of times, in my opinion. Even if you just read it a couple of extra times within the jury room, like within the deliberation room, and you have questions, ask your questions. Ask them. Ask the questions. Ask the questions, because you're never going to get an answer if you don't ask the question. I love asking questions. I love asking questions. If I don't know the answer, I love asking questions. Ask the question.
And understand the charges each time.
So to believe that Karen Reed was not guilty of murder, that means that none of you, even if they thought that she did it for some reason, not a single person on that jury thought that she did it on purpose, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the whole motivation with about the Aruba trip with
So they did not think that she did anything on purpose. They did not think that anything happened on purpose. Murder, leaving the scene of an accident. Shouldn't do that purposefully, except drinking and driving.
with the Sullivan girls, and she's all angry. So that didn't really play well with you guys. That wasn't convincing.
It wasn't convincing. No.
Okay.
And there wasn't enough evidence for one way versus the other, but clearly not enough evidence, or there was doubtful evidence. So
okay. So you guys were hung on that second charge, and I believe the count, correct me if I'm wrong, was 6-6, right, for a bit. And you were one of the 6 for not guilty on manslaughter initially, correct?
Correct.
And then came the Tui Rodriguez charge. And that's kind of like a, come on, guys, you got to give it your best shot, get back in there. And then that's when things, what was the atmosphere like in there? Was there bully sessions going on? Was there people trying to urge people that, come on, we got to do this for the O'Keefe family. They deserve some sort of justice. We got to do something. What was it like in there?
It was deliberation. So clearly, one of the things that were happening is we were trying to examine all the evidence and looking into holes for the case, whether on one side versus the other. And ultimately, that's what led to some people swaying in one direction, and then some people remaining and standing their ground. Some people essentially remained and stood their ground the entire time. And I think that was, I think it's important to see that in terms of the justice system and having this 12-panel jury. I think it would have been one way or the other if it was left to a very small group or only a few individuals. But given the circumstances that it was left to 12 individuals that have to ultimately come up with the same decision, I think is a very good system as it is.
So a couple people changed their mind though. So there must have been some leaders in that room. Have you ever seen the movie 12 Angry Men?
Yes.
It's a classic. So obviously in that movie.
So annoying. Sometimes some of the questions, some of the ways Turtle Boy gets to questions makes me giggle. It's hard to sort of gather with this juror. Okay, I'm going to use my words. I'm going to use my words very delicately. It's easy to gather from this juror that the process of trial, that the process of deliberating, that the process of using a completely different language, essentially, when it comes to law, is not something that is learned as a juror through one case. As a juror, if you are not familiar with the things, like if Ronnie, if you were to be a juror, or if I were to be a juror, or like Raylene to be a juror, just from having like our conversations as we do, we would understand what's being told to us in sort of a quicker level, a quicker fashion than if someone who has never like even heard those words. Some people don't know what sustained and overruled is when lawyers make objections. So there's those things that will be confusing, or how come they don't tell us why they made an objection? How come they go up to the bench and have conversations? What can't we hear? Why are we being sent out of the room? Not understanding that it's just the way it is. I don't know. It's not that there's confusion, but it's just that there's an education that takes place to become a lawyer, to become an attorney. There's a career history of becoming a really good lawyer and a well practiced lawyer, and to be a judge, there's history and there's time and there's practice and there's years and years and years of doing this, and this is your day, this is your 9 to 5, compared to literally anything else. Maybe police officers would have a different sort of similar understanding of the process, but if you aren't in this, like if you aren't someone who watches true crime or the trial process or something like that, like you don't get bothered with it, you're like, oh, someone got sentenced, oh boy, and you move on with your day, it's gonna soak in different times. It's not all gonna pop into your brain and be completely understandable, because lawyers are using words that we don't use on a daily basis. They're working in a way that they can't tell you the conclusion. They can tell you all of the evidence. You have to come to the conclusion. So no one's telling you what to think. They're just laying a bunch of stuff out, and you have to decide how it is. And for some people, that can be a little difficult.
in that movie, Henry Fonda, is very convincing. He has a strong personality, and he's able to sway 11 angry men to come to his side. So surely, like, the vote was 6-6, and then it went 9-3 for guilty. So I'm guessing there must have been some dominant personalities in that room. And who would you say that? Would you say the foreman was one of those, and an engineer? Is that correct?
I think a lot of people were strong in that room, in that they were opinionated, and based on their opinions and their level of expertise and what we were given in terms of evidence, that's how we ultimately arrived at that conclusion, or each individual arrived at that.
Okay, I was gonna say, you guys didn't come to a conclusion because you hung.
Correct.
And so it was 9-3, and you kind of wavered a little bit, right? Like they convinced you one way, and then like what you told me last time was it was 9-3, and you were kind of on the fence, and then you kind of came back, and there was 8-4. Is that an accurate depiction of what happened? Would you say it ended in 8-4 for guilty to not guilty?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, correct me if I'm wrong, you told me that you and one other juror wanted to ask the judge, Judge Cannoni, whether or not you were allowed to acquit on two of the charges and hang on the third, and that the foreman said, no, we're not going to do that. We have to decide on, it's all or nothing.
So it was not a question of whether we can acquit.
Okay. So so Turtle Boy asked the question, why didn't you guys ask the question? Why didn't you guys see if you could acquit on some, if you can hang on one, what can we come to a conclusion on some and not everything? Why didn't you ask that question? Who was basically responsible for holding you back? And Turtle Boy makes the assumption that it was the foreman responsible. So, and this is what the juror has to say.
Quit. It was a question on, can we make decisions on each individual conviction independently of each other versus, so that was the question. It wasn't necessarily.
Yes. Right. So acquittal, conviction. Yeah. So but you wanted to ask the judge, are we allowed to come to a decision on two of the charges and hang on the third? And the foreman said, that's not going to happen. No.
And it wasn't necessarily just the foreman, but there was a bunch of other opinionated individuals also kind of saying that, no, I think we have to look at it as a whole as opposed to independent. But clearly the person who was in charge at the time was the foreman. So,
but why not just ask? If people have questions, just ask.
His word or their word was more pronounced.
You knew you could write to the judge.
So those notes that he would write, were those group efforts, those notes, or like, I mean, they were well written. Obviously, a lot of people have talked about those notes, and the SJC in particular looked at those notes, and he used the word charges plural, and that was a big reason. The SJC cited that a bunch of times. He said that we are deeply divided on the charges. He said, and did you guys come up with that note together, or did he write that himself, or did ChatGPT write it? How did that get written?
It was written by the foreman with in collaboration with all the other jurors. So we all looked at it. We all kind of accepted it as such. Again, it was one of the questions that we wanted to ask the judge was for clarification on can we look at these charges individually? But ultimately, that kind of question was put down, and essentially we had no choice but to just, again, based on the group, right, or majority rule, to say that we were just going to ask one question, or it's an all or nothing scenario as opposed to.
I hate that. I hate that so much. We had no choice. Yes, you're literally the jurors. You all have a choice. Ask, put your foot down. Like you're in the room. Oh, see, this is why I'm getting mad. You're in the room to decide potentially the fate of a woman, a human being who's waiting for you to say not guilty. Right? You're here to find the justice for John. You are the deliberators. You are the final fact finders. Find the fact. And if you have a question that leads you to solidifying the fact that you found, ask the question. I think I have a feeling that it was like an education, like it was like an immediate like class system in this deliberation room. Like I feel like those who had like higher education or like some superior, air quotes, I'm air quoting, superior career or whatever, sort of were like, well, I have a higher education than you. No, we're not going to ask that. I can use big words. We're not going to ask that question. It's all or nothing. Ask the question. I'm so surprised that the question was not asked. That's like my biggest shock. The fight. If this is true, the fight, just ask the question. Ask it. And why not? even if you were so sure, if you were the person who was so sure, if it was the foreman or whoever supporting the foreman in this situation, you're so sure that it's all or nothing, that it has to be all or nothing. But there are people in the room that aren't. To ease them into your, and if you want them to follow your lead, be under your wing, why not ask the question and get the response that you're going to get anyway?
Can be treated individually from each other or independently from
Now,
each other.
a lot of people would say that if they were in that situation and they were not being allowed to talk to the judge, they would say, well, too bad, they would make a bigger stink about it. How did you feel about that? Do you feel like after this happened, do you feel badly for Karen Reed that, that she was acquitted? You were in that room. You guys all voted a bunch of times. And, if you had just known, if it had been communicated to you better, if, you're not, the whole thing was just seemed like you're not professional jurors. That's the way one of the jurors put it. Is like, I'm not a professional juror. It's my first time doing a murder trial. I don't know how this works, but I know we acquitted her and this seems like a technicality. Do you think Karen Reed got the shaft?
Yeah, I think it's totally unfortunate because we just weren't well informed. And you're right, we're not professional jurors. We don't know how the law works. And it's kind of sad that, or unfortunate that we don't have that kind of view from an individual. So if we're in law, we would know how it's supposed to work. But from somebody who's new to becoming a juror or being a juror, we wouldn't know how the system really works. So it was very unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah.
Which is so far, if you have been a juror on multiple murder cases, I would like you to be investigated because you must be the most unlucky person if you are getting jury duty every 8-9 years and every time you get picked to be on a murder trial. Even then you wouldn't be a professional juror. There's no professional jurors. It's not like a thing. I mean, trust me, if it was, I would be it. I would so be a professional juror. It's not a career option. But it is true. If you knew law, it would be easier for sure. That's where counsel comes in. The prosecution, Commonwealth in this case, and the defense didn't do a good enough job then to educate the jurors on their job of what they had to do in this moment. They don't need to understand all the rules of law. They don't need to understand the rules of evidence and this and that. But the defense and the prosecution do need to, in their opening, throughout the trial and the closing, make sure that the jury understands the charges, they understand reasonable doubt, and they understand what their job is to do. They need to understand that. Now, are they in a lecture where the people can just raise their hands and be like, I don't understand what you're saying? No. But this is going to be really great insight, especially for the defense, to say, okay, we see what went wrong. We shall alter that. We shall alter this. And we're going to get into more with this juror about reasonable doubt and how they may or may not have completely understood what reasonable doubt is. The defense needs it desperately. The defense needs this way more than the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth is able to use this as well, because this juror does highlight a lot of the things that the Commonwealth did that kept them on their side, which is very interesting because there wasn't a moment throughout this entire case that I was on Lily's side. But apparently
so
some of
just
these
random
jurors
question. I
were.
have so many questions, obviously, but one question is: you're obviously of Asian descent, and during the trial, there was one
What do
point
we hear?
where they were reading Matt McCabe's text messages out loud, and
Oh, right.
David Yannetti was cross-examining him, and he was reading them, and Matthew McCabe said something about like the Asian house, and I thought that was I knew there was two Asian members of the jury, and I'm like, I wonder if they did that on purpose. Did that come across to you as at all offensive or anything like that? Him calling it the Asian house next door?
I think borderline kind of. I think it's borderline kind of offensive, but I don't think of it as offensive because I was born and raised here. So I think I looked at it as just somehow a descriptor, but I can see how some people would be offended by that kind of terminology.
Well, I think the defense was hoping you would be offended particularly by that. I think that's why they had him read it, is because they call it the Asian house. And I wasn't in the courtroom for that one because I wasn't allowed to be in there when Matt McCabe testified. But so I didn't get to see the reactions of the two Asian members of the jury.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if it landed or not. But you were there on obviously the closing day of closing arguments, and Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Jennifer McCabe walked into court and sat with the O'Keefe family, and just the way they were positioned, they were staring directly at you. How did you feel about that?
It was a little intimidating. And I say intimidating, it was just at the end. I think we're all at that point where we want this to have some closure. And I think it was slightly intimidating to see everybody there and all the players there, to some respect. I wouldn't say so much that I was fearful, but intimidated by everybody staring at me, right? So, or looking at me. And I say me, but it really is the group, right? The jury.
Yeah, all 15 of you that were up there and sat through 3 months of this. And you didn't get paid. I mean, they didn't really pay you for this, like $50 a day or something you got?
Yeah, some small amount, yes.
So you gave up all this time, and God bless you, because it was hot sometimes in that.
$50 a day. $50 a day. Could you imagine?
In that courtroom, and it was a lot of the testimony was incredibly boring. I lived for this shit, and even I was bored by some of it. And I looked, and sometimes jurors were falling asleep because Adam Lally can just put you to sleep sometimes. How do you feel about the fact that you gave 3 months of your life to this, and ultimately the result was nothing?
I feel that we kind of failed.
The way he phrased that, and ultimately, the result was nothing. Because you guys couldn't ask a question. Do you regret not asking the question?
System in that we were charged with this responsibility, and we came up with certain decisions, but at the end, it was not kind of looked at or taken into consideration in terms of some of the charges. And I think that was a failure of the system. And it's
No. Okay, I don't think it's a failure of the system. I think it's a failure as a trial. I don't think it's a failure of the system. This is not this juror's fault. The weight of this does not land on this juror at all in any way, shape, or form. Hopefully it does not feel like it. It might feel like it does not feel like it. It is not true. Hopefully it doesn't feel like it. The outcome of this trial is nobody's fault but the prosecution and the defense. And some Judge Cannoni, probably. But that is not the fault of the jurors. It was a mess of a trial. We were able to talk through the whole thing and watch and learn and dig and research. These people were not. They were handed turds on a plate and said, put the puzzle together. And you're like, what puzzle? This is turds on a plate. I'm so confused. And the defense is like, see, told you. And prosecution's like, put it together. Can you guys put it together? Put the puzzle together. And Judge Cannoni's like, so your job is to put the puzzle together. Okay? It was a mess. It is not. And this juror deserves no hate whatsoever from anyone. He was in a completely different position than all of us who are watching this was. Completely different position. He had nothing in comparison to us. A mess, an understatement. Yeah.
Is a disappointment. But that being said, I think it was a very good learning experience to be able to see the justice system. I wish that it had worked out for everybody and there was closure all across the board. But right now, there's no closure for the O'Keefe family and for the Reeds, right?
Yeah.
So there's nothing there.
So you are an EMT, which is such a unique job, it's particularly for this case. And at the scene, the EMTs were kind of the first people to testify. And I think they interviewed like 8 or 9 of them. And 2 of them, no, I apologize, 3 of them testified that they heard Karen Reed say, I did it. If you came across a car accident or something like that with a dead body on the road, and there was a woman screaming, I did it, would you tell the police what she said, like then and there, and this woman's confessing to a crime?
I honestly would focus on taking care of the patient and not necessarily focusing on that individual. That being said.
Good answer. Why do I say good answer? Because that's your job. That's what you're there for. Unless that person is also injured in some way, like, hey, do you have a head injury? Like, did you hit your head? Are you okay? Also, like, were you involved in the accident? Their job is to make sure the person who is injured to go get treatment, to get them stable enough to get into the ambulance, to get them on the ambulance and keep them stable while they get to the hospital, and then hand them off there. At the same time, I would probably also recognize that I'm hearing these words.
Said if that individual was my patient, then obviously I would need to disclose that information to law enforcement. But at that time, if my patient was Mr. O'Keefe, then I would focus on Mr. O'Keefe and his resuscitation first and foremost.
To be focusing on John O'Keefe's resuscitation. Yeah. So when they got there, the ambulance got there. They were there for about a couple minutes trying to resuscitate him, and then they immediately put him on a gurney, put him into the ambulance, and got him out of there. And you must have come across fatalities many times, I'm guessing. I mean, God bless you. I don't know how you guys do it, but I'm assuming you've seen too many dead bodies. When that happens, you've come across car accidents, I'm assuming, many times too?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the protocol? Like, what would the protocol in a situation like this be? Do you think that the police and the first responders handled this in a way that you would expect it to be handled? Like, not as far as not putting crime scene tape up or anything like that?
I swear to God, if his answer is they did a good job, I'm going to scream. And I've seen this multiple times.
I don't think it was as coordinated as it should be. And I don't know if that's a fault of necessarily each individual or a problem with the system, in that maybe they didn't have the proper training, or they should have asked more resources to actually make sure that it was done well. But I have to admit, it does not seem like it was done well in any way, shape, or form.
So are you qualified to look at, like, a person's body after they're deceased and determine cause of death? Is that something you're familiar with as an EMT, or is that not something you're trained to do?
That's not my forte. I'm not necessarily, all I know is based on what is provided to me in terms of evidence, but I'm not in any way, shape, or form a educated person on pathology.
Well, luckily, there were 2 experts provided by the federal government from a company called ARCA that testified, 2 doctors, and they were the last 2 witnesses to go. And they both testified that, according to the physics, the science and the physics, the injuries to John O'Keefe are not consistent with being hit by a car, and the damage to the vehicle is not consistent with hitting a pedestrian. And so those guys are, doctors, PhDs, they do this for a living, etc. And in order to find Karen Read guilty of manslaughter, you have to listen to the ARCA experts and say, I don't believe them. So how did 8 jurors reach the conclusion that those guys didn't know what they were talking about?
It was as a direct result of Karen was there at that time, and John was there at the time, and it was believed that John died there, therefore, right, at that location, and therefore it seemed like, and everybody, all the witnesses were suggesting that he was never inside the house, and as a direct result, the assumption, or if you connected the dots based on the evidence that was provided to us, it seemed like there was some sort of collision with the car, and therefore there was damages to the vehicle. And with the damages to the vehicle, and that both individuals were there and present, that the cause must have been, or somehow, some sort of involvement by Miss Reed. So that was how they all arrived at.
So we just heard the juror say he was there, Karen was there. All the witnesses said that they did not go in, John did not go in the house. All the witnesses said John did not go in the house. All the witnesses that we did not believe, saying John did not go in the house. We did not believe it. There wasn't a moment in this trial where we believed that John did not go in that house. The jurors believed that John did not go in that house. The defense did not do a good enough job to sow the seeds of doubt when it came to these witnesses and their credibility and the actual truth of the matter, which I believe to be that John definitely did go in that house. Later on, this juror will recognize that the house itself should have been searched. That it was a little strange that the first person to make contact with the actual house with 34 Fairview was a member of the family and not police officers. But they believed that John did not go in the house. That the McCabe's and the Alberts were truthful when they were saying all those things. They felt that they were real and they were telling the truth.
But how did they reconcile? Was the ARCA testimony brought up by the people that thought that she was not guilty? Did they? I'm sure somebody in that room must have said, but these experts are telling us that that's not possible. And what was the answer to that? Like, did people say that that these guys are bullshit artists, that they're fake doctors? Like, what was the reason not to believe them?
I think the major rebuttal was, we don't know. And that was the other thing. It was very ambiguous on why these individuals were testifying. And so there was a question in the group on their essential integrity, in terms of were they there as a direct result of somebody else trying to steer us in a different direction and confuse the jury. So it wasn't sure if.
Okay. They're talking about ARCA. ARCA, the crash reconstructionists, the ARCA, the one saying that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense how John could end up there with a bump from a car. ARCA. The jury's response to ARCA and many, many other witnesses is that, and I know you're not going to like this, and I am so sorry, that they are just there to distract the jury. To distract the jury. To confuse the jury. And this was really concerning. So the issue with ARCA, which I think really set off, like solidified a lot of these jurors' theory with what the defense is. They didn't know where ARCA came from and why. They didn't know that ARCA was federally supplied witnesses from the federal case that is currently active on the death of John O'Keefe. These witnesses were supplied by the feds. That was not allowed to be mentioned. That was ordered to stay out of the court. One, because that's a lot. And two, because it can sway the jury. If the jury knows and is continually told and reminded that there is a federal investigation into this case, and not just the death of John O'Keefe, but the actual investigation that Canton PD and Massachusetts State Police did on the death of John O'Keefe. There's a federal investigation looking into how it went down with John actually passing away and how the investigation was handled. So now there's going to be a second trial if the feds don't make some massive statement between now and like April 1st. If the feds don't come out with something and it changes like everything, right? There will be two trials for the murder of John O'Keefe at the state level, while there is a federal investigation going on about the investigation. Like, it's so absolutely absurd. This shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. It shouldn't be happening again. And the jury did not need to know and have that floating around in their brains as they're doing their deliberations that, oh wow, the feds, the federal government is investigating the investigation of John O'Keefe's murder. That was to be kept from the jury. But that created confusion with the jurors. I wonder if that's what Bev found out last week. No, I don't think so. No, she's known about the federal investigation. And I don't think this juror didn't break any like news or anything. The feds didn't break any news either. Because that would be if they broke news about the Karen Reed case, that would change the public trial. Some of something would at least be public and known. But as of right now, Nothing.
Sure if it was insurance. It wasn't sure if it was, whether the Reeds were doing it, somebody else was doing it, or yourself was doing it to bring
Myself.
this group to try to testify so that it would sway the jury in one direction or the other. And I think that was one of the things that was, again, unfortunate, because I guess it cannot be said or didn't want to be revealed to us on what were the circumstances of why those individuals were testifying, other than they were testifying for the defense.
Because now obviously now that the trial's over, that they're not even defense experts, they're FBI. They were available to both sides, and only the defense called them. But it seems like the conversation in the room went, and some people were suggesting maybe they were the insurance company, because of course an insurance company would benefit from not having an automobile collision. Obviously, they wouldn't have to pay anything out. Or me? How did people thought I paid the ARCA guys? That's wild.
Like anybody, somebody was trying to try to sway the jury in one direction versus the other.
I'm not that powerful, I promise you. I can't hire, and I can't afford those guys. But so that's basically the reason that they came up with. They said they heard all their testimony, and then they said, "Nah, those guys are just probably paid off by the insurance company. We're going to disregard everything that they said."
And one of the other reasons is because there was the other testimony of the individual from the dog bite expert and all of the other things that the defense was trying to bring up, that again wasn't sure if it was just to try to confuse or sway the jury in one direction versus the other, or create a jury which was created reasonable doubt, and therefore the vote had to be in one direction versus the other.
So it sounds like what you're saying.
What? Can we go? We're probably not going to get through this whole thing. But still, let's get a little idea. Wasn't sure if it was just to try to confuse or
in one
sway the
direction versus
jury.
the other, or create a jury which was created reasonable doubt, and therefore the vote had to be in one direction versus the other.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that some of the jurors in the room were saying that all of this defense third-party culprit thing.
So this is where the issue lies, right? What I'm gathering is that a good chunk of these jurors, because we're reasonable doubt was an issue. The understanding, the comprehension of what reasonable doubt is and what you must do if you find reasonable doubt was not fully understood. They handled defense witnesses as if they were there to trick them. Like they were some little bridge trolls, right? Like, oh no, I know Karen Reed's guilty because look at the prosecution and there's cops and they're and all of these nice people are saying all of these things and all the fingers are pointing to Karen, but the defense is over here and they're trying to trick us. They're trying to trick us. They got all these little shiny things and big words and things that actually make sense, and I don't have to think so hard when I hear them. But I don't want to be tricked by them. I don't want to be tricked by them. That's not what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to listen to all of it. What makes more sense? What's more believable? What feels more true? Just because you're on the prosecution's bridge doesn't mean that the troll, the defense, is trying to trick you. They might be trying to save you. Because at the end of the bridge might be a big gap that you're just going to fall into a big hole and have to do it all over again. Just a big black hole that takes you right back to the top of the bridge. What? That was a terrible metaphor. But what? They took all of these defense witnesses and said, you're not tricking me. You're not going to trick me. You're not going to get me with that one. That's really convincing, but I'm not going to believe you. What? It's so frustrating.
Thing,
Yes.
a dog biting John. This is all bullshit. This is all a smokescreen, and all these people, these this dog bite expert they're bringing in. This is all a distraction from the fact that Karen Reed ran John over. Is that an accurate portrayal of what people were saying in that room?
That is correct.
Wow. Okay. So in order to believe that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe, you have to believe that, and that John O'Keefe didn't go inside the house. You have to believe all of the McAlberts who testified. And so, am I correct in saying that they found the McAlberts to be convincing witnesses and truth tellers?
Correct. And I will say that that's to some respect, not only say it's correct, but also to some respect, because there were some individuals who just looked at the facts. Again, the clear fact that Karen was operating a vehicle and drove the vehicle to that location.
This is making me so mad. There's way more facts than just what he's listing off. That John was there, Karen was there, Karen was driving, Karen had a drink, Karen drove away. There were so many more facts. That there were multiple cars pulling up to this house. People were getting in, people were getting out, people were going into the house, people using the front door, the side door, the front door, the side door. Snow is blowing, cars leaving, people are in, people are out. There's way more facts than just John's there, Karen's there, Karen has a car, bing bang boom. There's way more facts, and this is why I'm so utterly frustrated about this, because there are way more facts. This juror is saying that the jury narrowed down this case to the two people, and they removed everyone else and every other thing that happened to them. They removed it all. Facts. Karen, car, John, body, outside, drive away.
34 Fairview. And then ultimately John O'Keefe lay at rest and died on essentially that address. And so everybody else is saying that he never entered the premises, therefore she must be at fault because he clearly did not just injure himself there. So
did anybody suggest that maybe the McAlberts are not being truthful, that maybe he did go inside? I assume somebody in the room, the not guilty voters, must have said that these people are lying, obviously. And what did people say to that? I mean, did some people believe at least that they weren't being honest?
I think the individuals who believe that she was not guilty was because of the mere fact that it was not adding up. So the injuries to
what wasn't adding up? Where was the pool of blood under John? Things don't freeze that quickly. It wasn't like negative 10 degrees. It was probably like 20s, right? Mid 20s, windy. I mean, what? I told you this was going to be frustrating, because we experienced a completely different trial than these jurors did.
To John O'Keefe ultimately did not add up to the damage to the vehicle. And what ultimately injured him was, or led to his death, was a injury to his head, which was not very clear that type of damage could have occurred on the vehicle, and there was no damages on the vehicle that would indicate that kind of situation. So for those who were skeptical, that's what they were looking at.
Yeah, the Commonwealth alleges that that his arm, I still can't believe they said this theory, that the arm was out, and that the arm is what caused the taillight basically acted as a knife and just sliced his arm up, and then caused him to spin and then land 30 feet on the grass. And the gash in the back of the head came from hitting the grass, which they said was so hard that it somehow caused a gash in the back of his head. People really believe that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people in the room, some people who were experts in science, right, and physics, or have some knowledge of physics, necessarily believe that as the case, given the circumstances, that it was not very clear. But again, some individuals just believed at the circumstance that Karen and John were there at the same time, and John ultimately was killed.
And the text stream data is what you mentioned to me a lot last time, and you said that was what the guilty people really stuck to, was the text stream data. What was so convincing about the text stream data for them?
It was a combination of the speed, and suddenly there's an
Raylene said, I got hit by a car. A taillight will not do that. And I was a child. This is so absolutely frustrating. So he's going to go on to say the text stream data, which was the car data, and how it didn't actually have times. It didn't have timestamps. It just had like little keynotes or something like that. There was no actual legitimate time associated to the actions of the car. But they didn't care. The jury didn't care. The jury didn't care that there was no actual times connected to the movement of the car. They didn't care.
An increase in speed and a decrease in speed, consistent with maybe somebody backing up. And so that, looking at that, was kind of convincing.
Consistent of maybe somebody backing up. So it could also be consistent of maybe somebody going forward.
That she must have accelerated in a backwards motion, and then
even though that 24 miles an hour in reverse 62 feet thing, there was no time associated with that. It was measured in what's called key cycles, and they couldn't explain, like, at least they didn't say for sure, like, this happened at 12:32. For all we know, that event could have happened at another time or another place, because they didn't give us a time. But people were pretty convinced, just based on that alone, that yeah, that's proof positive that it happened at that exact same time.
I think it was a combination of, again, the circumstance that both individuals were there. There's evidence of a broken tail light, the injury to John, and the injuries that John sustained, and then ultimately that texting data was just another piece that indicated, yes, there must have been some movement. It was very interesting, though it wasn't very clear, and I think I said this last time, that it would have been nice to have somebody who is an expert in that, or somebody who has knowledge of that type of data from that company, right, from Lexus or whatever company, right, and to provide some information on if that can be accurate and what causes it to actually occur.
It also been what also would have been really nice if the Commonwealth played the Sally Port video from the proper viewpoint for the first time. It would have also been really nice if the Commonwealth didn't have a now retired police officer download and then upload the whole Sally Port video to their iCloud account. There's a lot of things that would have been really nice. But also this event just ultimately comes down to what the jury believed. And at the time, the jury believed the civilian witnesses more than the defense experts. The jury believed the McCabe's, the Alberts, way more than the experts, especially the ones supplied by the defense. They believed these humans, when they were sobbing on the stand without any tears or snot, they believed these overly defensive humans, because they were all somehow, not all, but a good chunk were somehow convinced that the defense is just trying to trick them. Meaning, they already had their mind up, and that how could the police have it wrong? Why are we even here? Why is the defense trying to trick us? Why is the defense trying to trick us into believing that this person is not guilty? Right? Like, that's what it is. A human that didn't go out to his own front lawn. A human that didn't go out to his own front lawn. That's what it is. The defense is trying to trick us from believing that Karen Reed is guilty. They're trying to trick us. She's guilty, and they're trying to trick us. We can't be tricked, guys. We can't be tricked into thinking that she's not guilty. I think that's a terrible way to be a juror. Not to say that these jurors were terrible. Those are two different statements. I just smacked my mic. Not to say that these jurors were terrible. I think that's a terrible way to be a juror. These jurors did the job that they were signed up for. They didn't sign up for it, but they were signed up for. They did their job. They came to their conclusion. It was a mistrial. They were hung, and we're doing it over again. But to have jurors from the very beginning, I would believe, to think the defense is going to try to trick us into thinking she's not guilty. That's a horrible mindset to go into a trial. There is a life on the line. Yes, it is extremely unfortunate that we have already lost a life to get to this point. Extremely unfortunate. And I do not wish that pain on anyone. But there is also a life on the line now, right? And it's Karen's life, the rest of her life. And I'm getting the feeling that some of these jurors who had very strong opinions, very powerful ability to hold a room, get eyeballs, get ears. And they said, why is the defense trying to trick us into thinking that Karen Reed is not guilty when we know she is? Seems legit. Hopefully the next jury isn't like this. Damn. Yeah, I really hope that this next jury is nothing like this one, because it's really actually extremely frustrating to sit there and listen to what 12 people thought. I wish I could hear it from all 12 people, but to think that there is an opportunity for these 12 people to sit there and not all come to the idea that maybe this is just their evidence for this event, this time frame, and they're not trying to trick us. They're just trying to show us a different point of view. Maybe there's an opportunity here for someone else to do harm to John instead of Karen. How frustrating. Oh my gosh. And like, again, this is not this juror's fault. This juror should be able to go on with their life, go on with their day, not get bombarded on social media, not hear anything about it. People should not even approach him if they see him in the grocery store and ask him questions. Just mind your own damn business, right? He is doing us a solid by sitting down and having this conversation. He knows who he's talking to. He knows the audience that Turtle Boy has. He knows that they are they were all pissed when it was hung. The majority of us believe from the evidence supplied in trial 1 that Karen Reed is not guilty. I'm going on a limb and saying a lot of us believe that. Should she be held accountable for drinking and driving? If everyone else is, in my opinion, if everyone else is held accountable for drinking and driving that night, then she should be held accountable for drinking and driving that night as well. To not understand reasonable doubt is the biggest fault for this jury, for this first trial, was the jury did not believe what reasonable or fully comprehend what reasonable doubt is and what to do when you feel it, when you see it, when you have it, when you're experiencing it. They didn't understand. They didn't comprehend. They heard the words, but they did not comprehend it as a group. Individually, they might have, but as a group making a final decision, they did not. And that's frustrating. Nothing pointed directly at this juror. Brian Albert, that's not reasonable doubt. If someone's on my lawn, I'm immediately out there, whether I'm helping or not. I want to see the action. Yeah, or at least say, hey, what the hell is going on? What is going on? Why are there police officers, an ambulance, and a fire truck here? What is going on? Why is everybody on my lawn? What is happening? But that's not what happened. And I don't know why. I fear that this jury just accepted prosecution because they're the good guys, right? They prosecute the bad guys, and we're gonna make sure all the bad guys go away into prison, and we're gonna keep the bad guys off the street, and we're the good guys. And the defense is like, whoa, but my client didn't do it. So you're out here grasping at straws, and my client did not do this. My client didn't do this. My client didn't do this. Client did not do this. But to some, you can say that all you want. You're not going to trick us. And that's the energy that I feel that they had. And that's so disappointing. The jury, I think the jury was just, to be fair, it was a very confusing case. What timeline? What timeline? Lally did not give one, right? So it was essentially up to the jury to make it up, come to their own conclusions on the timeline on their own. Lally, I don't think has ever even heard the word
occur. So, for example, like I was saying, or I was thinking, like right now, as I'm driving home, right, my car could have slipped, and that could have triggered something, right, to suggest that maybe that will make a trigger that I'm driving kind of erratically. But it's not because of me; it's because of the ice and the snow on the roadway causing that to occur. Which we all know that during this time frame, that's the type of weather that was being experienced by Karen during and all individuals, I should say, during this time frame.
So if the defense had an expert from Toyota or whatever that could explain, like, is there anything that could make it look like you went a certain velocity and you really didn't? Maybe your tires were spinning, maybe the RPMs were up. That would have been a good witness for them to call.
I think that would have been helpful. That was definitely would be a helpful piece.
Okay. Let's talk about reasonable doubt. When going back and listening to it all, you know, the defense gave you this story about what they think happened, how John O'Keefe went in the house, he was beaten up, and he was left outside to die on the lawn, and then Karen Reed was framed there after the fact. All right. And what I didn't hear much from the defense in their closing arguments was about what reasonable doubt was. Did you guys discuss what reasonable doubt was in the jury room? Was that made clear what that was? Because how, some of the things that you're saying right now is reasonable doubt. Even the arguments that Karen Reed, from the people that believe Karen Reed is guilty, they're making arguments for reasonable doubt. Did you guys understand what reasonable doubt was?
I believe we did, and that's where we kind of essentially got stuck, is because I think that's why it ended up as a hung jury, is because we kept rehashing that second charge, in that some of us felt there was enough reasonable doubt and some of us did not. And not that we're trying to coerce anybody or try to convince anybody to vote one way versus the other.
Did they understand what reasonable doubt was?
I think everybody had a clear picture of it. That being said, I don't know if everybody wanted to vote in a particular way based on the reasonable doubt.
Now you obviously were not sequestered, but you were like not supposed to go home and watch any of this.
That doesn't make any sense. You have to vote a certain way if you have reasonable doubt. Okay. AI overview definition of reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is a doubt that prevents a jury from convicting a defendant of a crime. It's a fair and logical doubt based on the evidence or lack of evidence in a case. Reasonable doubt exists when you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt after you have weighed and considered all of the evidence. A defendant must not be convicted on suspicion or speculation. It is not enough for the state to show that the defendant is properly guilty. All right, reasonable doubt. It's just not all fitting. The puzzle pieces just aren't. I'm not seeing how they all fit together. We got evidence for John dying. There's solid evidence there. John passed away. John's life was lost. We have evidence of people going into 34 Fairview. I believe people went in. I believe people went out. I believe Karen Reed dropped John off. I believe Karen Reed woke up and was like, holy shit, where's John? We have evidence for all those things. We have phone calls. We have, phone calls. We have Google searches. How long to die in the cold? We have Google searches. We have evidence, right? But what we don't have evidence of is how John died. We don't have evidence of it. We have possibilities. We have probablys. We have could be's. There was no evidence. There was no evidence of how he died. There's no evidence. We have clothes and blood and a straw that wasn't trash. Most likely was trash. We have pieces of glass. But we do not have the direct connection between all of that and directly connecting it to Karen Reed's car. We do not have the straw being directly connected to John or Karen's cup that they had. And we have a head injury that has no explanation whatsoever. Because I know what is not going to happen. Your head hitting grass and busting open. I know that's not going to happen. And you as an EMT should know that that's not going to happen. Not in the way that it was busted open. This is so frustrating.
This consume
I
any of
need
this.
an annulment.
I don't know if other jurors were. I'm assuming if you weren't, and even if you were, you probably wouldn't tell me, at least not on the show. So assuming that everybody actually followed, that order, they didn't read up about this case, et cetera, while this was going on. Do you think that, is it even possible for like, how do you guys do that? Like, how do you go home every day and not turn the TV on and not have bias when it comes to this story during this trial?
So it was very interesting because we tried, or it was one of those things where you do what you're asked, and I think it was a honest and trustable jury in that we all followed the rules, which is not to watch TV, diet from that, diet from reading the news or any of the tickers, and not pay attention to those things. Or if something were to come up, we were required to report it as such, that we had some sort of interaction. But like I said, most of us, I should say all of us, were pretty good about it. And we just, dieted from the news and the media.
All right. So I'm sure a million people have questions. So I'm going to read some questions that we have from Turtle Riders in the chat here, because I'm sure there's a bunch. Okay. Our first one, this is a $10 one from Jay. And again, if you guys are going to write them in, keep them brief. I will not read your freaking paragraph questions. So keep it brief. So how do you overlook paramedics' omission of possible, this is from Jay for $10, possible vehicle strike in the report narrative? The radio report to the hospital and the other report are both available to be examined, and would have been two opportunities for this medic to have reported document if it actually happened.
So I think one of the things there is it would have been nice if that was all documented per se. Again, the jury is limited on what we are actually able to see in terms of the documentation. So we are only given a certain piece of the documentation, and majority of it is based on the testimony of the individual. So the individual can read the document, or they need to read the document and then kind of say it out loud to the jury, and that's what's provided to us.
Next question here. This is a random one. Lem sends for $50. Long time, first time. Could you please ask the juror if they ever followed Turtle Boy, Olivia Lambo, or Joe Flipperhead? Do you follow any of those accounts on Twitter? Did you follow Turtle Boy before any of this? You probably
No.
know who I was.
Sorry, the first time to learn about any of those, and in fact, first time I learned about Dr. Turtle Boy was when I got contacted. So
well, thank you for respecting my pronouns. All right. So do you haven't, now that the trial's over, have you consumed any of this, or you just went back to your life like whatever?
I think, at least for me, and I believe the majority of the jury, we all wanted to just go back to our normal lives, and we haven't really followed much of it other than knowing full well, just occasionally, that it was a hung jury, and that it's probably going to be retried, and we know that it's being retried, and we know the date, but I honestly have not gone and searched anything or researched much of anything in terms of the case, because I lived it.
Do you think if
that's crazy? They didn't. So you're telling me, wait, I guess I'm just different. I guess I'm just not that that could never be me. That could never be me. This, for a high profile case, you're just going back to your life. You just are going to go back to your life. I get it. I do get. You lived this. You weren't at work. You didn't go to work for almost 2 months, 3 months, excuse me. You were doing so much. You were doing so much with this case. You were there every day. Here's the thing. You guys, you hung. Don't you want more information? I could never. I would need more information. I would need to go back and read and listen. Like I would be, but I would not be able to build a healthy boundary between it if I was on the jury. I'd be like, let me go re-listen to everything. Let me go see what people are saying online. Let me go to LawTube and see what all these lawyers are talking about and saying in this case, and let me go back in time and catch up until now, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to. I would probably be one of the jurors to reach out to the defense team and be like, hey, so I watched a couple videos, and just so you know, we were all not guilty. Like, I would probably be one of those
defense
jurors.
had been allowed to mention that there was a federal investigation into the investigation itself, and that the FBI paid for those ARCA experts to be there, would that have affected the outcome of the trial?
I believe that it would definitely have changed I believe most likely would have changed the hung jury, or made it more unanimous of a vote. So it would be easier to kind of look at, and they would still ask us to continue deliberation because it would just be a few individuals left.
But still, having some jurors' minds changed, knowing that ARCA was federally supplied to the trial, well, to both sides, and the defense used them, is why they didn't say ARCA is federally supplied.
Next one here. This is from $30 from Dawn. Could the juror confirm if the jury slip was the updated version requested by Alan Jackson, or is it the one that they never updated? Did you guys get confused by that?
Yeah, so we got 2 different slips. The first slip that we got was updated and changed. I cannot recall the exact date or day that we were given the new slip, but we definitely were given a new slip that was updated charges and updated verbiage.
Okay. This is from Kim for $10. Says, what questions were you asked of when you were chosen as a juror? Good question. During the voir dire, when you guys were called up, your little conference there with the judge and the attorneys, what were they asking you? What questions?
Each individual is different. I think the major question was for me is that would I be biased in any way, shape, or form because of my medical training, and so that wouldn't overlook the evidence and have an opinion and have a bias as a direct result of my medical training without looking at the evidence entirely, and kind of, do I have a bias versus or against or for law enforcement?
Who asked you that question? The Commonwealth or the defense?
Do
you remember?
I believe it was more of the defense.
Okay. The defense asked you if you had a bias towards law enforcement? Okay.
I believe it was the defense who asked.
And you said you were just indifferent?
I believe that for sure. I believe that Mr. Yannetti. Remember when I could never say his name and then I could say it perfectly fine, and now I lost it again? Mr. Yannetti and Jackson, for sure, we're definitely checking to see if, especially those who work in the medical field and as an EMT, would have a bias towards police and continue to, and most likely be in their favor for whatever decisions they made during a whatever, because you work basically hand in hand with the police every day. You are their right hand group of folk, right? Of course they're making sure that, I know that there's a lot of EMTs out there who don't like cops and there's a lot of EMTs out there who have gotten injured by cops and because of cops' actions and et cetera, and I get it. I can see why some would hate cops, but yeah, I think it was a good idea for the defense to be like, anyone really like cops over here?
Whatever. Because if you said, yeah, my dad's a cop or something like that, you'd be the first one on the cutting line if you said something like
I don't know. Maybe perhaps I tried to be honest, I tried to get out of it. I actually thought I was just going in just the first day. I didn't even know what the whole thing was until at the end when they were starting to select us, what was going on. But I thought it was just going to be a regular jury.
Were you there April 16th, the first day of jury selection?
No, I was there on the second day, on the 17th.
Okay, the second day. They picked 7 that day. So that's interesting.
So
you went into that.
Tried to get out of it.
You must have seen crowds of people outside. Were you like, what the hell is this? What's going on here?
Yeah, I actually didn't realize what we were being selected for and what was the case until it was read to us by the judge. But essentially, I thought I was going to go in my typical jury duty, go in there and spend like maybe a few hours and then get out, be able to have lunch and have the rest of my afternoon, as opposed to the other way around where I was there for a little while for a full jury selection.
Next one is for Mackenzie, sends $5, and she kind of asks my question about the reconstruction experts, FBI, etc. And then she says at the end, like, how. She says, because I don't understand how someone could take Officer Paul's reconstruction seriously and disregard the 2 defense experts. Because he was the only one that was the expert that explained for the Commonwealth how John O'Keefe got hit by a car. Did jurors
It
actually take
is.
him?
It is so funny that this jury heard this man say he got hit with his arm out and he bounced around. He flew 30 feet in the air, landed on his head. Then the glass landed beneath him, underneath his body. He injured his head, and the tail light on impact cracked and cut him up in the shape of a dog's claws and mouth. And then he landed and spun around 13 times on the back of his head on the grass, very far away from the car. With the glass underneath him. Like, it's so wild that the jury is like, oh, makes total sense. And then these two feds who are like, by the way, this is basically impossible. None of this makes sense. And the probability of this actually happening this way is slim to none. And by slim, we mean none to none. Like, it's
him
so
seriously?
wild.
Did they think his testimony went well?
Again, I don't think necessarily they were looking, or we were looking at one individual for their testimony. We kind of looked at the whole picture, bringing it back to the circumstance that somebody is dead, and those two individuals
And the
that came
defense
to
is
that
trying to trick
household or
us.
that address, one of those individuals is dead and the other individual is alive. Ultimately, and there's damage to the vehicle, then that individual must be responsible for that injury.
So, like, her dropping him off there, and whatever, like, that's not proof of anything.
But what about the continuity of the damage? There was no continuity with the damage. It was cracked. And then all of a sudden, now the police have custody of the car, and now it's shattered into a million pieces. But when it was cracked, where it was when it was cracked, but then it's in with the police, and now it's shattered, and now there's pieces of glass of where it was just cracked. The shattered pieces are now where it was cracked. So where's the continuity of the damage to the tail light? No one is. I feel like I feel like the jury was just so. What if they were just exhausted? What if their brains were just so, the energy inside their body was just so depleted that they just couldn't make sense of anything because there was nothing to make sense of because none of it made any sense. Oh no!
Right? That's
Oh,
that's God forbid.
no.
Like, I hope nobody else ends up in a situation where they drop someone up to the house and then they end up dead, and it's like, well, you dropped them off, so you obviously killed them. But you mentioned the tail lights. That's the only real physical piece of
Exactly.
evidence that they had against Karen Reed. However,
It's like, well, you dropped him off, so you obviously killed him. It's like, bro, I was home sleeping. Chill. But, like, what do you mean? There was 17 other people in that damn house. I want the original Sally Port video. I want the original Sally Port video too. I want the original Sally Port video too. And I want the chain of custody for everything. For everything. For everything. They spent so much time on John's clothes and the stuff that the chain of custody just did not exist in. There was no chain of custody for so many pieces of evidence. John's clothes, his sneakers, and all of it. There's no chain of custody because once it gets cut off your body and thrown on the ground of an ambulance, there's no chain of custody because they're just moving it. Someone's picking this up and moving it. Someone's picking this up and moving it over here. Someone's just picking it up. It's not evidence until it's collected as evidence. But in between it being on John when he was injured and then it being picked up, it has done so much.
was it brought up during deliberations that the Canton police searched the scene at 7 a.m. with a leaf blower and they videotaped it, and they didn't find a single piece of bright red taillight on the snow, yet they found 45 pieces over the next few weeks? Was there any discussion that perhaps taillight might have been planted?
There were some individuals that were definitely stuck on that and believed that was reasonable.
Basically, Turtle Boy saying, did anyone believe a conspiracy could even exist here? Was there a moment in time where anyone said, all of this is really weird and nothing is quite making sense? Could this be a massive conspiracy at play? And if we convict Karen Reed on all of these charges, are multiple people going to get away with murder and we put the wrong person in jail? Hello.
Reasonable doubt, but there were some individuals that believed that it made a bit, again, just circumstance or happenstance, that maybe there wasn't enough snow at the time, and therefore now, ultimately, now the ground is covered, and therefore you couldn't see the pieces because it's covered. But prior to that, maybe now you can see it. So,
well, it would be the opposite, because when they
Yeah.
first got when the Canton police got there at 7 o'clock, there was 3 inches of snow on the ground, tops, maybe 4, 3 to 4.
Because it snowed more.
And it's a lot of taillight, right? And they had their leaf blower out, and they have a video of him finding these transparent pieces of cocktail glass. Paul Gallagher finds them. So they were able to find transparent pieces of cocktail glass, but not all that red taillight. Was the general consensus that the Canton police are just completely incompetent? Wouldn't they have to be if they didn't find any taillight? Was that the consensus?
I don't think that was the consensus. I think the consensus was just, again, they looked at all of the overarching evidence, not just that one little piece. So individuals looked at everything and said, nope, that's not enough to say that that created reasonable doubt.
All right, next question here is from Melanie, sends $10, goes, did he see the footage of Alan Jackson in court arguing with the judge about how the confusing juror forms were, and what did he think of that? Did you guys know that battle was going on inside the courtroom?
I do not know of that in particular. I never saw the footage, but I understand that it was very confusing. And again, unfortunately, it's a fallacy in the system that it wasn't clarified for us that we could look at each individual charge independently of each other.
Okay. Natalie sends $5 and says, what arguments or comments from guilty jurors led you to temporarily change from not guilty?
So to not guilty, I think
that's a really great question. There was movement between the jurors on counts from not guilty from guilty to not guilty. There was movement on that on within the deliberation room. What moved people
from not guilty to guilty?
Not guilty to guilty. I think ultimately, again, some of us broke down because it was very clear. They clearly displayed that both individuals were under the influence of alcohol at the time, and
all individuals were under the influence of alcohol at the time. All individuals, because let's not forget all of the people inside the house going in and out of the house. There's all of the people. Oh, I think they just got, by the end of the trial, I think they all just forgot that there was a damn party going on. Essentially, it was a damn party. People were coming into the house. They were in the house. They were in the house. It was the damn kid's birthday, right? It's like a birthday thing, right? We're all out drinking, and they're all gonna go home, and and everyone's there, and you got young people there, and you got old people there, and you got mean people there, and you got cops there, and you got alcohol there, and you got a dog there. A dog, a big dog, and you got I think they just forgot.
and therefore should not have been operating a vehicle. So the operation of the vehicle, and that is that second charge, which is involuntary manslaughter as a direct result of operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol. So that is what a lot of people kind of swayed on, that yes, they shouldn't have been operating the vehicle, and it's not murder too, but could it be that she operated the vehicle negligently and therefore led to involuntary manslaughter? So that's where there could be a sway.
So it was the fact that she was, admittedly had, so that I would say, so the testimony from the police about she had 4 drinks here, that was very effective, obviously, because ultimately they said, well, she was drinking and driving, so she probably did it.
I think it was not only that, but the video footage of the drinks that she was having was very strong in leading to that kind of opinion and thought process.
Okay, well, so now the defense knows to get the video footage of everybody drinking. That way the jury can't say, well, she was drinking so much. What about everybody else? What about everybody else? What about everybody else? Everyone was drinking.
Process.
Okay. Even though the rest of them were also drunk. I mean, everyone was drinking and driving that night, including the police. And that didn't bother anyone else?
I think it bothered everybody, but ultimately we have to look at who's being charged here, and the individual who's being charged was Karen. So unfortunately,
exactly. Ultimately, we have to look at who's being charged. She's the one who didn't get away. Ultimately, we have to look at the one who's being charged. I hate that response. Yes, of course you have to look at the one being charged, but you also have to look at the evidence around you, and the evidence of Karen drinking, them at the bar, them at the whatever, all the bars, all the places. Karen was not the only one there. The evidence is everyone. The evidence of those CCTV videos are everyone. Everyone's at the bar drinking. Everyone's having beers. Everyone's having drinks. Everyone's doing this. There's some weird things going on with these Bryans. There's some weird things going on with this girl over here. There's some conversations over here. Everyone is drinking. Yes, you have to look at the one who is defending these allegations of murder and etc. But the evidence contains everyone. How can she be held responsible when everyone was doing the same thing? Yes, she drove him, but they all went to that house. They all drove to that house. No one walked. No one walked. No one called an Uber. They all went to that house. So they're all capable, excuse me, of doing the same thing that the Commonwealth is pointing the finger at Karen for doing. Essentially. If from their mindset. What are we doing here?
Fortunately, nobody else was being charged with it. It was just Karen. So therefore, Karen must have been, and both people were there during that same time frame.
So that's interesting that you say that because, and I've long argued this, that being in the defendant's chair is you're already losing. You're already down 20-0, something like that, because you're here. You've been charged. You probably did it, or else you wouldn't be here right now. So you would argue that like the fact that she was charged at all and sitting in that defendant's chair and no one else was charged is pretty. That people were suggesting that was pretty solid reason to vote guilty.
I believe that it was a combination of, so theoretically anybody, right, considered innocent until proven guilty. But here they clearly the Commonwealth displayed that she was under the influence of alcohol, even though there was no breathalyzer per se at the exact time frame when the incident occurred, right? It was after the fact. But based on the evidence of the receipts and the video showing that she was under the influence of alcohol and then operating the vehicle, that would be easy to kind of charge her with involuntary manslaughter, operating a vehicle under the influence.
So I have a question here from another juror. Is actually from one of the jurors who was not chosen to deliberate, and I'm getting a message from them now. And they said, this is the quote: "Did the jury ever discuss to a moral certainty as part of the reasonable doubt discussion, or would having an attorney in the room have been helpful for that?" Because I believe one of the jurors who was randomly chosen not to be in the jury was an attorney. So would it have helped to have an attorney in the room describe what to a moral certainty was? Was that discussed at all?
I think having that level of expertise in the room would have been helpful for everything, including the fact that, number one, that all three charges could be looked at independently, and somebody who has that level of expertise to clearly indicate to us the moral certitude of reasonable doubt.
Okay, because they went on to say that when we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs. So obviously, this discussion didn't even take place at all. What a moral.
So I won't say that it didn't take place because we read that statement multiple times to the group. I don't know if it hit home to the group more so if that individual was there to provide that level of expertise. Okay. So if somebody was there to provide that level of expertise, I think it would have been more realistic or tangible to the jury or the group rather than not, because although it was read multiple times, and I will say that we read it multiple times, and I was one of the individuals who was reading it multiple times, it clearly may not have made an impact or have been as impactful as if there was somebody with.
This is what I mean when it's the frustration, right? It feels very defeating listening to this juror talk about how the comprehension was not there. And that's not saying that they're dumb. They're just the comprehension for what to do if there's doubt, to completely understanding the totality of their job, right? I don't think they all comprehended it. And I think that some people in the deliberation room, some jurors who did not comprehend that the jury is not trying to trick you, they're trying to give you more evidence. They're trying to show you another view Each story has at least two sides, and all you're hearing is from the Commonwealth is that Karen done it, and she's a witch because she did all of these things, and look at all these, look at this wholesome family full of kids and cousins and nieces and nephews and brothers and sisters, and they're all saying the same thing. How could all of them be wrong? How could all of them be wrong? Right? That's what they want to believe. But the defense is like, hold on, they could all be wrong because it doesn't make any sense. There is no continuity with the taillight. How can someone get hit at this speed and fly 30 feet in the air and land on their head? We're asking these questions because we want the jury to ask these questions. We want the jury to question everything. What makes sense? What doesn't make sense? But they took it as trickery. They took it as trickery. And I think that some jurors who didn't quite comprehend their job, a term, fully grasp a definition of reasonable doubt, were a little louder and a little stronger than those who did. Of course, having a lawyer on a jury is going to make deliberations that much easier. You have a free legal definition, definition book right in front of you. You know, you can ask them, especially if they're, like, been in the biz. If they've been in the biz, great, awesome. It's there for you. But you shouldn't need it. You shouldn't need a lawyer on the jury to be able to deliberate properly. You just have to comprehend. So hopefully, the defense takes that into consideration moving forward. Let's skip ahead a little bit here because it gets a little bit repetitive.
So I don't know, but it may have changed the future of what is happening now in terms of the SJC's decision.
There was one juror crying, I noticed. And there's a woman, I called her juror number 7. Was it emotional in that room? Were people crying? Were people upset? And what was that like?
I think we were all relieved that it was over. And that our service was over. I think the culmination of that, as well as the culmination of emotions in terms of now our lives can continue on, but however, we didn't really come to a conclusion, and we didn't offer any kind of help per se to the justice system where we were supposed to try to achieve a goal, and we weren't able to come to that consensus, unfortunately.
Susan sends $10, says, what was the name of the officers who oversaw the jury? We're not going to get into that. Thank you, Susan. Brian sends $10 and says, Ronnie's thoughts on Proctor, the Google search, and John's injuries to his arm. Been over all that. Thank you. Lori sends $25 and says, how did the jury explain 3 of the main people at the house disregarding the directive to turn over their phone records, yet all ultimately got rid of their phones regardless? Okay, so again, let me answer this for you. Guys, they think the people that thought she was guilty thought these were all distractors and that they focused on the tax room data, the evidence, the drinking and driving. Was that the right answer?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's pretty much the answer there.
Distractors.
All right, thank you. Yaya sends $5 and says, thank you so much, Ronnie. Did you believe Jennifer McCabe's testimony? Been over that. Did you find her combative with Alan Jackson? And yes, we've been over all that. Danielle sends $5, says, thank you, Ronnie. What did you think about Proctor? Do you think Karen Reed's innocent or guilty? We've been over that. Thank you, Danielle. Kevin from Southie sends from Sussville sends $22 and says, did the video of Higgins being held back while motioning John to come outside a few minutes before he died strike you as odd? Did you guys even notice that?
No, I don't think we noticed that.
Yeah. So take note of that, defense. Take notice of that. Jurors didn't really notice it because I didn't even notice till afterwards. People brought it up. It's pretty wild.
Interesting.
Yeah. Laura, Scott sends $5 and said, did any of the jurors understand that Jen McCabe Googling how long did I encode the 227 meant that she knew John O'Keefe was dying in front of her house? You've been over that. So thank you, Scott. Forrest Dump sends $25 and says, did it seem weird to the jury that they all had text messages from prosecution witnesses? I mean, did you guys think that was weird?
The house long to die in the cold. I think we skipped over it because we just kind of, it's all basically the same. All the questions, you can surmise the answer from this juror's previous answers. The house long to die in the cold, he ended with, there wasn't enough evidence to know exactly when that was searched. So, because the defense experts were just trying to trick them into thinking she did it earlier in the night, in the 2:30 a.m. So it was all distractors. It was all trickery. It was all just trying
Weird
to
that, like, wait a
trick
minute. Why do they have a
the
group
jury,
chat between Matt McCabe,
not
Brian Albert,
actually
talking about
sending in evidence, not actually handing over evidence to the jury to say, see, this is a truth. They have a truth. Which one makes more sense?
like, did the guy go in? Tell him the guy didn't go in the house. Did you guys think that was weird? Like that they have all their personal messages?
I mean, the whole circumstances in terms of the meetings and all of those little pieces was very weird and suspicious. And I think that's why it was easy for some versus some. It was a little bit harder to look at as evidence for reasonable doubt.
Canton Citizen sends $5 and says, if you had reasonable
You
doubt
didn't
for murder too
understand
because of the physics,
reasonable
as you said,
reasonable
how
doubt.
did you not have the same reasonable doubt for manslaughter? He did. He voted. He was a not guilty voter. Thank you very much, Canton Citizen. Michelle sends $5 and says, did anyone pay attention to the police officer in Stoughton who was there for them to tow Karen's car? It's Dighton. It says the high light was cracked, not in a million pieces. Yeah, we just talked about that. Thank you, Nicholas Barros. Lindsay sends $10 and says, why isn't the jury spoken out as a whole? Has the jury been contacted by the feds? And what did the jury think about Colin Albert and Brian Higgin? We're going to skip that part because I know the answer to that already. So first part.
The feds are not going to reach out to the jury. They have no care. The federal investigators are not going to reach out to the jury and say, so what do you think? The jury was not part of the investigation. The jury was handed bits and pieces of the investigation that the Commonwealth and the defense wanted to hand over. To think that the jury was handed a lot of evidence, a lot of information, there's even more, like there's even more. You have to choose what you're handing over. When you're seeing text messages in a trial, you're seeing 50 messages back and forth, right? Maybe 60 tops. They have the whole phone. They have the whole phone. They have all of the messages. When it comes to the McCabe's and the Alberts, they have some screenshots of messages, which is super useful for the Commonwealth. Apparently a screenshot is going to do the job more than the actual extraction of the phone. But
first part I'm interested in, though, why hasn't the jury spoken out as a whole?
I don't know if we can get the group together.
Here's the answer, because they don't want to. They're done. They're done with this. The last thing you would want is as this jury is to be like, hi, it was me. Hi, I'm the one who's just making you do this all again. That's like they're not going to. That's never gonna happen. Period, point blank. They're not gonna, no one's gonna be like, I'm the one who said that she's guilty. Sorry. Like that's not happening. They want to be done.
Together.
Let's see. Lauren sends $5. Says, was there any discussion about Brian Albert destroying his phone? Kind of went over that already. Aaron sends $5. Says, hi Ronnie. Question for Ronnie. What could the defense focus on in trial 2 to really drive home to jurors that Karen's factually innocent? I mean, we kind of been over this already. It's just focus on.
But facts of the case. I think facts of the case, and then holes that can be provided, and then afterwards, then maybe add some of the other pieces of evidence that. But I would focus on the major pieces first, which is injuries to John O'Keefe, injuries and damages to the motor vehicle, consistent with his injury.
See, the juror saying, oh yeah, no, definitely for the defense, like the things that we needed was more of like John's injuries and so. But a problem that they might find with that is that like John died from basically a head wound and hypothermia. There's no like, this is how he died. This is how the car hit him, because that's not a thing. Because like there's just no evidence for it. There's no way that the cause of death is going to change from head injury and hypothermia. Like bro's skull was cracked and he was outside for hours on end. That's how he died. And that's horrific and disturbing and so messed up, right? But it's not going to change. That's not going to be altered. So the defense can't say, well, this is how he died, when on paper, legal documentation is not going to reflect that. It's just going to say this and this. The manner in which he died is always going to be up for interpretation unless someone comes forward and confesses.
His injuries and ultimately his cause of death, because the medical examiner's ruling was a basal skull fracture and then ultimately hypothermia. So if that can be found to have some sort of evidence, testimony showing that that was not the case, that the injuries that John Ashley had is not consistent with the damages to the motor vehicle, then there's no.
We had experts. I'm part of the defense now. There were experts that said that John's injuries are not consistent with damage from a motor vehicle, specifically this motor vehicle. But I guess it wasn't enough. They need to be less tricksters.
No, necessarily. There's damages, but there's no causation. So I think that will help with reasonable doubt.
This is from KW for $10 and says, did you guys already discuss the jury field trip to 34 Fairview? The size of the yard that no one saw the body, not even Lucky Locker. That's so my question for that is that people on the jury that said she was guilty would probably just call it a distractor. This is let's see the footage at 12:30. The footage from 12:37 at 12:39 was gone. It's just gone.
Wow.
So you didn't see any footage, and that wasn't even really brought up at a trial. I mean, it's just there's so much to this that they could bring up. But again, the people on the jury that said she was guilty would probably just call it a distractor. This is let's see. Kelly sends $5, says, Ronnie, thank you for your service and speaking out. Thank you. Amber sends $25, says, thanks, Ronnie. Do you think there's any evidence the defense could have actually brought that would have swayed some of the other jurors? We've been over this already. You know, the Apple Health data expert, the tech stream expert, somebody like that. Nancy sends $25 and says, did the lack of blood from the cut on his head give any questions to him actually dying on the lawn? Any again, we've been over this, guys, with the lack of blood. There was plenty of blood. So Karen Reed herself has been over that. So we're gonna move on to the next thing. Thank you, Nancy. Carrie sends $10.
Right. And that, okay, so the blood issue, that wasn't really, the defense did not do a good job at covering the blood issue. So when John was on the ground, his body at least melted the snow around him, like underneath him. So when he was laying on his back and he had a head injury on the back of his head, it was sort of bleeding into the ground. So it wasn't like a full pool because some was soaking into the ground underneath him, and that's how they got some of the around him as he was being moved. And Karen's doing CPR, she's getting blood on him because he had blood on on the face and all that stuff, and she's touching him, and there's blood. But they did get some blood evidence from the snow. Did he bleed was he bleeding more somewhere else? Was he moved here? We don't know.
$10 and said, did you realize Julie Alberts said Trooper Bukaki? Okay. Julie sends $5, says, thank you. Ronnie, did any jurors question where all the blood? Okay, the blood. Thank you, Julie. Vicky sends $10 and said, did the jury mistake their job and feel like they had to figure out how John O'Keefe died? I don't know the answer to that one.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. Lulu sends $10.
But then I think it was just a head injury. So the head injury and hypothermia, right? But who caused the head injury? And there was, we also kind of said some theories in the deliberation where he could have fallen himself. So he could have fallen back and by his own accord and end up exactly where he was without Ray.
What? He could have fallen himself, but if he could have fallen himself, if he fell on his own and no one did anything to him, that's an option. But some people still were pointing to guilty. What? Oh no.
Ray, Karen striking him. So, and that's where he laid to rest, unfortunately. So who knows, right? Maybe from a standing height, he could have sustained that head injury and fell on his head. But if he was so inebriated, who knows?
So people were just making up theories about, like, it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's wild.
Yeah, we were kind of thinking of what are the possibilities, and it didn't seem like, based on the evidence that we were provided, it seemed like we were already given the theory that caused the injury, which was she backed up. That's why there's a broken taillight. He has an injury. He's dead.
Okay. Lulu sends $10. Says, what do you think of the kids having to testify? What do you think of that?
So, at least for me, I felt that it was unnecessary and not very professional. Right, that's the easiest way to describe it. I think it was an unnecessary.
The children testified. John's niece and nephew testified. And this juror just said it was unnecessary and unprofessional. And I think that is fantastically put. We didn't see that testimony because it was redacted. It was a blacked out. There were some articles and stuff written about the testimony, but don't do it again. Definitely don't do it again. And if the Commonwealth does it again, that's a bad look. That's a bad look.
Necessary thing to have them to be placed on the stand for what? I don't know, just maybe for a shock factor. I don't know.
So if you were the Commonwealth,
Exactly
you
why
trying
they
this
were
case,
put on
you would
stand.
not bring them back. You would be like, this is not didn't
I
go the way
would
you guys hoped it would.
not, because it wasn't professional. I would not.
Okay. Let's see. Chris sends $10. So again, I'm going to keep these real brief because there's so many. I'm going to read the ones that I got here, but I'm not going to ask you to answer all of them. Let's see. Nikki sends $10. Says, was Jackson confronting Jen McCabe about the harassment she received effective? And did you feel bad for her? Because she's talking about me. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the harassment specifically. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was.
For the record, that's complete bullshit. I never harassed her. I asked her questions. I confronted Jennifer McCabe, and this is why I was charged with witness intimidation. I confronted her in public and asked her several times.
I hated this. I hated this moment very much because Turtle Boy just put this juror on the spot in a very uncomfortable situation. He was reached out to by Dr. Turtle Boy. Dr. Turtle Boy. Come on, Dr. Turtle Boy. Come on. And said, hey, would you like to do an interview? I will live stream an interview with you, and I can ask you questions about being a juror on the Karen Reed case. And he said, sure. And they talked. They did sort of a little bit of a prep probably beforehand. And now he is putting this juror in a really uncomfortable position. He just asked the juror about how Jen McCabe was claiming all of the harassment and the crocodile tears and the and Judge Canoni was like, go ahead. She can talk about it. You open the door. She can talk about it. And then did not let him answer. Let's go back. Can we just this is like the last thing, and then I'm gonna be done for the day. But let's just watch this in normal speed and see. I'm gonna pinpoint exactly why I
Jackson
don't
confronting Jen McCabe about the harassment she received effective, and did you feel bad for her? Because she's talking about
me. Let him answer this question because it's an important question. It's an important question.
About me there.
Yeah, I mean, the harassment specifically. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was.
For the record, that's complete bullshit.
Before you start defending yourself, just listen. Just listen to the answer. 1, it could be good for your case. 2, it could be good for Karen Reed case. And 3, why bring someone on here if you're not going to let them answer? This has happened a couple of times throughout this interview. I didn't really bring it up because I didn't think it was really that important. But in this very moment, in this like one of the final moments of the interview, this made me really upset.
Shit, I never harassed her. I asked her questions. I confronted Jennifer McCabe, and this is why I was charged with witness intimidation. I confronted her in public and asked her several times, why did you Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m.? And I've called her a cop killer many times. And because of that, I've been charged with that. And she has gone, she made it all about me on the stand, as I knew she would. Whenever she got in the bind, she's like, and we are being viciously harassed, and then started crying. But she sold it well, you're saying.
That was funny.
So she sold it well to.
So now this juror, I believe his name is Ronnie, or at least they're calling him Ronnie. His answer, he has had Turtle Boy's entire explanation to craft his answer to not be in an uncomfortable situation anymore.
To some, I'm not going to say to me, but I know to some, it struck a chord to them.
Conniving bitch. Okay, thank you.
Damn. Damn. So Ronnie had that entire explanation from Turtle Boy to make sure that when he answers, he makes it very clear that I didn't believe her. It wasn't sold to me. I didn't buy it, but others did. Others did. Mm, mm, mm. Some good from this interview. Oh my God, excuse me. Some good from this interview came for both the defense and the Commonwealth, for sure. Was it the best interview? No. Was it pretty good? It was pretty good. It was long, but also felt rushed at the same time. I don't know how that really happens, but that's that. I mean, it was really interesting to hear what happened in that deliberation room between these jurors for this case that led us to having another trial. I think as a community of people who were really deep into this case needed some sort of like, we can't be crazy, right? Like, we're all not crazily wrong, right? Like, there's got to be what happened? Like, we all had the question of what happened in that deliberation room that people couldn't make their minds up about if she done it? Because there was no comprehending how that could happen. But that's coming from people who are able to talk about it day in and day out and think and grow and take little bits and pieces here and bits and pieces here and sleep on it and listen to another person talk and listen to another person talk. Agreed, definitely needed to hear some answers for sure. Yeah, I think we definitely needed some answers, and we got some answers, and boy, are they not the answers that we wanted. They are not the answers that we wanted, but it's the answers that we needed, mostly for the defense. They definitely got answers that they for sure will be taking into account for trial 2. Now Karen Reed has done, and this was like a week or two ago at this point, Karen Reed has done, it came out, the full interview came out of Karen Reed sitting next to Alan Jackson. Full interview. I don't remember what network is on, probably like ABC or something. Full interview talking about having a trial, having a mistrial, little bits and pieces of the trial. What are we doing for trial number 2? Tell me about this. How are you handling it? How's your life? Will you be dating again? Which I think was totally an inappropriate question. And Karen was like, I don't think I'm going to be broken forever, but I kind of would like to make sure I'm not going to be going to prison for the rest of my life first before I get back into the dating pool. Right? Like, maybe ask me better questions. Like, you are having anywho, I don't want to get into it. But watch that. I will not be watching that on here because it will be like immediately just removed from YouTube, because it's like, how dare you steal our content when I'm not stealing it. I'm commentating on it. That's it. That's it for today. I think we're done. We did a lot. And there is now a new case that I will be looking into a little bit and seeing if I can gather some information or maybe some I mean, she pled not guilty. Tiffany Lucas, she pled not guilty, but then she did plead guilty. And the judge sentenced her 20 years, possibility of parole after 20 years, which is that's a lot. Raylene and I were actually talking the other day about parole and like the process of getting parole, because there is a man who is in jail where we're from a big case from where we're from, who is up for parole again. It's the 6th time he has been up for parole. And there was a little worry that it might happen this time, but I don't think it will. He has never been approved for parole, and I don't think he ever will be approved for parole. He is the do I even need to look up his name? Yeah, so Sherry Lindsay was murdered in the 80s. Um, and Broome County, Binghamton, has been really delicate with this case. There has been a lot of energy and a lot of thought and like kindness when it came from the community covering this case. Um, Houses demolished, parks put up, um, murals, kindness, families being taken care of and sort of held, and uh, sort of uh, everyone gathered, you know, for Sherry. Um, just a brief, actually, just a brief. I can share this with you, and we can just like a super brief summation of the Sherry Lindsay case. So Sherry Lindsay on March 26th, 1984, 12-year-old Sherry Lindsay was collecting money on the newspaper delivery route. She had taken over from Wales when she stopped at his house at 6.5 Sturgis Street. She never returned home. After a 30-hour search, police began questioning Wales and later discovered Sherry's body in the cellar. In December that year, Wales was convicted of second-degree murder and first-degree rape. He was sentenced to 33 years to life in prison. Every 2 years since 2017, Wells has been up for parole in accordance with his sentencing. The state parole board has denied his release 5 times since then, once in 2017, 2019, 2021, and twice in 2023. Wales' 33 years to life term is considered an indeterminate sentence, meaning he has the opportunity to seek parole after serving the minimum time required. If parole is denied, Wales has the opportunity to revisit parole every 2 years or continue to serve out the life sentence. So James Wales, who's now 74 years old, he has continued to be denied parole. Did I not? I didn't even put this on the screen. I'm so sorry. He's been continued to be denied parole. Rightfully so, supported by the community. So yeah, that's you know, this is a really difficult case for the community. It was big. Is a big deal. And I was talking to Raylene and I was like, well, maybe I will do like a deep dive cover situation of this case since he is sort of up for parole again. And maybe we can do like a terrible things that have happened in Binghamton, which is a long list. Long list. There's now the house has been demolished where this occurred, and there's a little park where the house once stood, little plaques, and is gardened and kept up by the community in honor of a life that was cut way too short in a horrifyingly brutal way. So that's that. Oh, I didn't want to end on a really sad note. I'll see you guys Friday. I'll be back on Friday. We'll do something on Friday. We'll have a lot of Karen Reed stuff to cover because it's going to be a really busy Karen Reed week. They have tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day where the defense is going to have to essentially meet their maker when it comes to Judge Canoni and hearing the reasoning that there was conversations and checks made out to ARCA, even though they were federally supplied, but the defense did call ARCA as a witness. So what was said in those conversations that were not supposed to happen, if the dates are correct that everyone is thinking, and what exactly was paid for? Was it just travel and hotels? If so, acceptable. If it was travel, hotels, food, drinks, clothes, and more, then maybe there might be some issues. We shall see. I am going to be keeping up with the Joneses on that one, and I'll do a sort of brief this week in Read history on Friday. Other than that, I will see you guys later. Have a good week. Stay strong, stay positive, and take care of yourselves. All right, bye. I'll play the intro again just because it's a good way to end.